Well, a belated good morning from the Bristol County Ground. Umpires, as you can see, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Ian Ramage on their way, and equally, as you can see in the back, and the clock says 25 past 11. So we have had a short delay this morning because of very, very light drizzle that started falling at 10 to 11, just about the worst time, and it was hanging around for around about 15 minutes. The ground staff have dragged the rope round, and we're now going to have an 11:30 start with 3 sessions of 2 hours. So lunch at 1:30 and tea at 10 past 4. And of course, because we lost time yesterday, the 8 overs that we were meant to be adding on to today's play have effectively been lost at the outset. So we're going to be ending up with 96 overs and the 2 balls that were bowled, or to be bowled in the 1 over in progress from Matt Taylor last night. So Northants 232 for 5, that's where they'll resume in the 71st over. Rossington on 66 and Gloucestershire on 37, and Matt Taylor, I say, will complete the over from this Ashley Down road end. Morning, Ed. It feels as if Gloucestershire need 5 wickets in a hurry.
Yeah, it does, and it's a slightly odd situation for them in that one of the bowlers that's probably going to take the new ball for them is going to have to bowl this 2-ball spell here, and then may actually be taken off. It may be a case of just completely over and that's it. I can see that Jared Warner doesn't have a cap on at first slip, and he's bowled all his overs from this end, so that could indicate that that's what's going to happen. And then the question is, who's going to bowl from the other end? Because you would have to think that they are going to want Higgins and Matt Taylor ready for an extended spell with that new ball.
Yeah, and you and I discussed actually when we got here this morning whether actually Tom Price and Jared Warner may bowl the 9 overs between them until the new ball, other than these 2 deliveries that Matt Taylor has to bowl to complete from last night. So Gloucestershire again batting in a short sleeve shirt and a sleeveless sweater, and Rossington again, as he was yesterday, in a long sleeved shirt but no sweater. And the sun has now come out. The weather in the distance over the pavilion, as we look towards the pavilion from our commentary point, was pretty murky about 45 minutes ago, but it's much clearer there now, and it's much clearer overhead as well. So Taylor with 2 balls to go in this over from last night, and Rossington is forced to play the first one straight away. Taylor with 2 for 62 in the innings so far, and Ryan Higgins getting ready. He's at mid-on, but you suspect that he might be held for half an hour or so while the old ball is still being used. Taylor from around the wicket, and Rossington lets that go, and that completes the over that was in progress yesterday. So we still have 96 to go. It seems conceivable that we may have to use the lights at some point today. The forecast is much as it was yesterday, overcast. It might get a little bit brighter later, that's what I heard on the car radio this morning. But it will be Warner from the far end, Ed, as you kind of thought.
Well, I actually wondered whether he would replace Matt Taylor from this end, but as it turns out, it's going to be Warner from the Bristol Pavilion end for the first time. And I guess, which would you rather have? Would you rather have a day where it's consistently murky but it doesn't rain, or would you rather have a day where there are periods of sunshine but also the possibility of a little bit of drizzle? Who knows? I mean, it doesn't look as though there's going to be a high chance of rain today. So 3 slips in place as Warner is in and bowls to Gloucestershire, facing his first ball of the day, back of a length, and he's forced to rise up and make sure that it is played down into the ground and picked up in the covers by Ben Charlesworth. And yeah, it says 10% chance of rain all day, so there is the possibility that we get some more drizzle at some point, but
it's going to be very, very light, isn't it?
You'd think it's not. You'd be very unlucky to catch any periods of consistent rain. The problem is far more likely to be light rather than rain. Warner in and bowls. Goldston flashes and misses at that one. And that's a shot which he probably won't want to be repeating. It was a back of a length delivery outside the off stump.
And here he is repeating it.
And, well, he's going to repeat it on the... Well, hasn't learned from his mistake, has he? No. It's neither a drive nor a cut. Somewhere in between, and that's the kind of delivery that you fence off into the slip cordon if you're not careful.
Higgins, Hammond and Lace are there for Warner.
So Higgins at first slip with Warner bowling. Warner is in and bowls. Goldston leaves outside the off stump. Bit fuller from Jared Warner there, but not enticing Goldston into a false shot. This time, big mounds of sawdust at either end. It was very, very light drizzle. Barely anything really, but then perhaps just enough for it to cause a bit of moisture around the bowlers' landing areas and take-off points. Warner past the umpire and he bowls another ball which is left by Goldston, a little bit closer to him this time, but Goldston offering no shot, and I'm sure that Jared Warner especially would love to be the person that gets rid of Goldston, having been the man to drop him off the bowling of Ben Charlesworth yesterday, and would of course have been Charlesworth's first wicket of the season. Warner turning past the, well, I say past the sawdust, kind of around it. And he's there and he bowls, and that one jags down the leg side, and there was a thought of an appeal. James Bracey gets up and puts the glove up after everyone that had decided to appeal had stopped, so I don't think umpire Ramage is ever particularly likely to raise the finger there. Well down the leg side, really. Goldston will be potentially a little frustrated he hasn't got runs for
Hammond
that.
looked the only person who was vaguely interested in an appeal.
Hammond continues to stand much closer, well I say much closer, a little bit closer than Bracey even, as Warner bowls to Goldston, and that's angled nicely through the gully. There'll be at least one, in fact that's all there'll be. The ball hadn't quite gone as far as I thought it might have done, and Lace across from third slip to do the fielding. So just the one run off that over, the first full over of the day. 95 more remain theoretically, and the score 233 for 5. Goldston up to 33. Roston's got double that on 66. They haven't come out, well I said they haven't come out with quite the same attitude yet as they had yesterday, but then there was that flashing attempted back foot shot from Goldston in that over, so perhaps Northants are still thinking we're just going to play positively, see where we get to, and then see if we can back our bowlers to give us a first innings lead, and we'll continue to play positively, and if it, you know, we sort of see it as we've got nothing to lose here. Interesting
that Matt Taylor's going to continue with the old ball, even though the new one is not far away, and he bowls here to Goldston, who turns around the corner. So I wonder if Tom Price might get a run with the new ball here with Brian Higgins.
You'd kind of think that's got to be the way that they go now, don't I mean, you do see it quite often, don't you, with somebody who's got a couple of balls to finish with, and then they don't want, having got them all warmed up, they don't want them then to have to, you know, stand around for a few overs and then come back again.
Just 2 slips for Taylor. Goldston, as we said yesterday, has only played 2 innings in first-class cricket. This is his 3rd, and he hasn't been dismissed in either of the other 2. Made 67 and 18, and here he is with an unbeaten 33 to his name. So, having got into the team, he's trying to cement his place. Oh, and that was a judicious sort of nudge down to Zafar Gohar, who's down on the boundary in front of the Thatcher's bar.
I think that's just a genuine inside edge, really. I don't think he was looking to do anything more than defend it.
So Rossington, the Northants captain, waits for Matt Taylor, staying around the wicket. And in the air very briefly, but gathered by Graham Van Buren. Gloucestershire used 7 different bowlers yesterday, although Van Buren only bowled 2 overs. Ian Charlesworth, the lightest used of the ones supporting the main attack, of which Taylor is one, and Rossington's clipped that very nicely away through extra cover, and that will go all the way for 4. Didn't really power that, but just that was in the placement more than anything else. And if you look at Matt Taylor's runs against in the column, there was a little bit of movement there, a little bit of away shape, but Rossington put it away, and it's the boundary balls that have totted up Taylor's figures. 2 for 67, as you can see. This is his 14th over, and it's tended to be boundaries or singles. Northants need 12 for another batting point, and Rossington works that away. That again shows there's not a lot of pace in this pitch. He's taken 1, and they'll come back for 2. A tumbling stop from Zafar Gohar down there, and Rossington back for a couple. Again, before play started, that's the end of Matt Taylor's over. We were talking about the powerfully built Northants team of the sort of 2009 to 2013 sort of era, and perhaps a bit later as well in certain instances. We talked about Kleinfeld yesterday. He was in a side with some other guys who if they hit a ball with full contact, as they say, it was going.
Warner to Goldston, who I don't think you could put in that category yet. Or, I mean, I'm sure there's time, but yeah. You don't think you would put him in that category. Plays it defensively back to Jared Warner.
There were 1 or 2 that were in the sort of Mark Cosgrove sort of bracket, although Cosgrove, of course, wasn't a player at Northants. But
well, I think, what was it, David Lloyd as Northants won, I can't remember which of the 2 titles, I think it might have been the second T20 title that they won. Called it as something like the big lads have won it as soon as it was over. Warner is in and bowls, back of a length, and this time Goldston gets on top of it and drives off the back foot without a huge amount of timing, and Charlesworth is back from cover to do the fielding. They'll just get 1, so Goldston up to 35.
There was a lot, just finish that point, I'll go on to something else. About the big lads.
No, it was just, I think it was born a little bit of, I talked a little bit yesterday about Northants' statistical approach, and I think for them the most important thing in T20 cricket was boundary percentage, so they got people who hit a lot of boundaries. Warner up to the wicket and bowls, and Rossington defends off the front foot and then looks a little bit, well, I thought he was looking just disappointed that he had to play a defensive shot, but I think he's just had his fingers jarred a little bit. It's the second time he's had that. That happened once yesterday as well, but I think that, as you said, they got some cricketers who like to give the ball a clout and are very successful at doing that, and that's...
And had the build
that's
to
how
do
it. Yeah, but that's how it came about, I think. Warner is there, and Rossington will turn into the leg side. Maybe a little bit of seam movement there for Warner, but Rossington able to adjust to it quite comfortably.
No, what I was going to say was that here we are with the second new ball approaching. There was a lot of pointing and discussion about the appearance of this pitch before they started this match, and the line that we have often heard before is that, yes, don't look at the appearance of the pitch, look at how it plays, and it doesn't look as if it's got any demons in it at all.
Warner bowls, Rossington defends, and I think it's played actually. You know, it's not been the slowest pitch we've seen here. It's not been as quick as sometimes you see it when there's a really obvious covering of grass. There's some live grass on it still, but it's not. You know, they haven't left a huge amount of live grass on it, and it's played. You know, it's played how you'd probably expect it to be, given the grass covering in terms of the pitch. And as you say, no, not really any demons in it yet. Warner bowls. Rossington is, he's struck on the glove there, I think. He'd take the hand off the bat, but I think he was taken on the gloves there. Warner generating a bit of bounce, and it's been a promising start to the day from him. Just 2 runs off his 2 overs, and he's generated some. Well, he generated the play and a miss from Goldston in the first over, but generated a bit of bounce, it looks like, just enough to maybe think that it might cause some problems. Bit of bounce to get a glove or a shoulder of the bat, possibly.
So 6 saving 1 for Matt Taylor here, and 2 slips in. And that was going a little bit leg side, and Goldston able to defend. In terms of batting to come for Northants, this obviously their 6th wicket pair. So Tom Taylor, reasonable amount of first-class experience, got over 100 first-class wickets, and then Simon Carrigan, Ben Sanderson, and Jack White, 2 seamers, and of course the slow left-armer Carrigan. Taylor persisting around the wicket. Goldston again defends. Time is going to be of some relevance in this match, given that we lost 25 overs and 2 balls yesterday, and the 8 overs that we might have made up out of that have already gone out of today. So they really will be hoping that the light can hold right the way through until 6:30. Fuller delivery from Taylor. Chris Dent mid-off does the fielding. Dent, we expect, if all the information is right, will bat at 4, and Charlesworth and Hammond will open.
Perhaps.
Dent may change his mind about that, but that's the information we've been given.
Well, it's a combination of the list which we were given to start with, and then the fact that Dent did bat at 4 in that second team quote-unquote match, and somebody's got to bat lower down, but then Miles Hammond has been the one that has batted down the order. Well, not necessarily right down the order, but it's coming at 3 this season with Brathwaite opening.
And Taylor a little bit fuller. Rossington at the moment not really looking to attack, even though it's against the old ball. Just trying to get himself in to be prepared for the new one, I suspect.
Steve O'Shaughnessy just borrowing Rossington's bat to bang in one of the stumps a bit.
Goldston waits for Taylor, and again defending. So 5 overs to go until the second new ball here at the Bristol County Ground. We didn't start until 11:30 because of a combination of poor light and a little bit of very gentle drizzle. So as a result, the day will be still 96 overs, and obviously the completion of the over that was in progress last night. Northants slowed up a little bit in terms of their actual scoring, but they're conscious that they've got to be ready to face this second new ball shortly.
Warner in in and bowls way down the leg side. Excellent take from Bracey. Managed to get, well, having said that, I thought he'd got, I mean, he dived with two hands, but I think it may just have gone actually into the one glove, judging by the way that he then rolled over. But either way, Warner can thank, well, I say Warner can thank Bracey, but of course it would have been byes, no doubt. It wouldn't have been wides. It's not as though Bracey's just saved Warner 4 runs to his bowling figures. Bracey saved himself from conceding byes. That'll get the legs moving. Warner bowls another ball down the leg side, and Rossington frustrated that he couldn't get a touch on that one because that was just a little bit closer to him, and exactly the kind of delivery which he could just look to flick away fine. Matt Taylor is pretty fine at fine leg, as Gloucestershire like to do at, well, when the, I shouldn't say when the bowling is from the Ashdown Road, and when the fielder is in front of the flats, in front of us, they tend to have them a lot finer than at the other end, where the boundary is longer and they can cover more of the angle.
Higgins had a long walk to have make a point to Jared Warner.
Here is Warner, and that's edged wide of the second slip fielder, Hammond, well wide of him, and it's 4. With no third man in place, so Warner going for the first boundary that he's conceded this morning, and only 2 runs before that delivery. Nothing too much that he did particularly wrong there. Rossington playing well away from his body, but the edge flying wide and possibly also a little short of a slip fielder had there been one. Even third slip might have had to dive for that. So Rossington gets his 12th 4 now, and Warner holds the next delivery to him. Rossington right in behind that one in defence. You almost wondered whether Northants might have decided that they were going to make sure that these two were here for the new ball, because what they would not want to happen is even one wicket to fall here, and then lower order / tail is facing new ball. But, well, it's hard to say whether it's that Gloucestershire have actually bowled particularly well this morning, or whether there has been a little bit of a dial back from Northants so far. Warner is there, and forward Rossington in defence.
I think there has been an element of the latter.
Yeah, you'd think so. I mean, the 2 boundaries that we've seen, that last one, I think Rossington just plays that shot instinctively anyway, and then there was the drive off Matt Taylor, which, again, I'm not sure that Rossington plays any other way, actually. But he's not necessarily been going out there looking for those scoring opportunities. I think he just plays those shots naturally, and Goldston has looked as if he's pretty much bedded himself in there. Warner bowling, and Rossington mistiming the drive and then flailing the bat around in frustration as the ball goes straight to mid-off. So just those 4 runs off the over, 2:45 for 5, and just 4 overs remaining until that new ball. As we see the slow motion of Goldston's forward defence. We just took the bottom hand off the bat there. Another indication of the pitch not really being completely slow and low. We've got an old ball now as well, so theoretically it shouldn't be as hard and bouncy as it once was, but just enough life out there, you'd think, and Matt Taylor has got a little bit of swing this morning on occasions.
Here he is, staying round the wicket. And Goulston again defends. I should say Rossington's top scorer in the championship this season is 87. He's got 3 50s, so this is his 4th 50. But he's not played in all the games, so he does lead their averages, but he's not the highest run scorer. But I say very much an integral part of their side. You know, he's a good age for a captain, 28, and again almost Yorker length from Matt Taylor. He's tried that one one that's just pushed a little bit further up on a couple of occasions. That was dug out by Gloucestershire. And Northants, remember, in terms of their championship season, they finished 4th in their group with 3 wins out of 10. Gloucestershire, of course, won 5 games. And Goulston chops that away past Tom Lace, and that will go down to the boundary at backward point for 4. There's enough width there, and Northants to within 1 point, 1 run I should say, of the second batting point, but also these two, as Terry Blake confirmed on the PA, have now taken their partnership to 102, 147 for 5 when they came together. And at that stage, Gloucestershire must have been thinking, well, it could be anything between 180 and 220, perhaps, to bowl them out. And now Northants might be thinking, well, these two stick around. They could be getting to 350 within their allotted overs for in terms of bonus points. And remember, they come into this part of the tournament with a 4-point advantage over Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to play positively, aren't they? They're not going to be hanging about. I don't think there's any real question of them continuing to keep the scoring rate pretty decent.
Gouldstone again defends.
And he's waited for that opportunity, actually, as Gouldstone. It's not as though he, other than that one flash outside the off stump in the first over, that's the first time he's really gone after anything. But that ball was very much there to be gone after, with no gully in place. As long as you flash hard at it, even if you get a thin edge, it's probably going to fly.
Yeah, Lace has got a big area to cover there. And a good stop from Van Buren at extra cover. Austria still searching for first wicket of the morning. They've got 3 overs until the second new ball is available, and I should think Chris Dent will be saying to the umpire, whoever takes that, where it was 77 gone, so it will be available from this Ashley Down Road end. So he'll be saying to Steve O'Shaughnessy, right, as soon as it's available, we'll have it, please.
Yep, I would think so, even if a wicket did fall immediately. Warner has ball in hand, so still no indication that they're going to change things up.
So it could be Higgins from the Ashley Down Road end and Price from the Pavilion end, perhaps, with the second new ball. We'll see.
Yep, that's been the ends that they've chosen so far. Warner into Rossington, who turns that one away into the leg side and picked up by Ryan Higgins, who was loosening up, as you would imagine, just in preparation for what's going to be an important spell from Higgins. He's bowled very well, but has not taken a wicket yet in this innings. 17 overs, 9 maidens, 0 for 22. Should have taken a wicket. He's had a catch dropped off his bowling yesterday, but as yet not managed to make inroads into the wickets column. Here is Warner. He's there and bowls to Rossington, who drives, and it's beaten extra cover. They'll get 2, and that might be it, with Chris Dent herring after it from mid-off, and he pulls it in. So 2 more runs to Rossington. That brings up the 250 for Northants, the second batting point for them. And Rossington on 278.
Strange, no applause for that. There was more applause for the Century partnership.
Interesting, isn't it? We've had enough. That was the last time they're going to applaud Northants until a wicket falls. Here goes Warner is in and bowls. That one comes back a bit towards Rossington, but he still timed it nicely and drove it to Dent at mid-off. Hit the hands of Chris Dent quite hard, but there's a bit of interest as that one appeared just to at least angle in towards Rossington, if nothing else. But really, he's not looked in much bother, even if the ball has moved a little in his innings. He's not one of the Northants batsmen that's received a life. Warner bowls, Rossington drives, a couple of bounces, and it's knocked down well by Zafar Gohar at extra cover. Saved at least a couple, probably would only have been a couple, but more runs for Rossington, well in front of square. On the offside it would have been 78 off 106 balls, 12 fours, and a lot of those drives off front and back foot. Warner in and defended by Rossington. Has been a good spell this from Jared Warner. His economy for the innings well under 3, and I think it's because of this spell this morning that it's gone just under 3. But we talked a little bit yesterday about Warner being the type of bowler who you're going to have to sometimes take the fact that he's going to be a bit more expensive. You just hope that he's going to be able to produce enough wicket-taking deliveries that you know, that's the job that he's doing. Warner bowls, short pulled by Rossington. There is a deep square leg out there, and so it will just be the single. Not able to look round the corner to see the fact that square leg had gone out onto the boundary. So there was obviously a plan to see whether Rossington might pull or hook the ball in the air. I guess he kind of did, but it fell way short, and a couple of bounces to the fielder Graham van Buren out on the deep square leg rope. So
and you wonder then whether they might try that plan with the new harder ball as well, in particular.
And I think once you've got that new ball in your hand, you don't want to be banging it into the pitch, do you? But we've got 2 overs here, and Matt Taylor is somebody who can see if he can try to bang the ball into the pitch and induce the false shot. They've got 2 overs where they could decide to go short ball theory for 12 balls until the new ball. I suppose the problem is that Rossington may tuck himself into a few boundaries as well.
Extra man on the offside now for Rossington, who as a result just gets his front foot across and squeezes it to Tom Price 3 parts of the boundary at square leg. Yeah, Charlesworth had come across almost to a short catching extra cover, so he had 4 men on the offside. Matt Taylor. Rossington has scored very heavily through that extra cover area. Probably his best time shot today was that drive off Taylor. And now there's a short catching mid-wicket as well, but Goulston has played it almost exactly the same stroke. He's repeated what Rossington did, and that one is also going up towards the boundary at long off for 4 more.
One of the nicest shots Goulston's played in his innings, and he's looked a well-organised player, but that glorious shot. Pretty much vertical bat, just wide of mid-off. Races for 4.
Not quite a half volley, but just pitched far enough up, and at probably 4th stump, or maybe even a little bit wider than 4th stump, given the opportunity of letting the timing do the rest.
And they've clearly felt throughout this innings that they can drive Matt Taylor, and they've not been afraid, particularly off his bowling it seems, to drive the ball when it's not been a half volley. It hasn't needed to be actually that full, and they've been driving with regularity and been getting them away.
Come back to that Start in a moment. Taylor staying around the wicket. Oh, it's down the leg side appeal for an LBW. It's going to go all the way to the rope, and it will be 4 leg byes. So it wasn't that wide down the leg side, but the appeal came from chiefly behind the stumps more than the bowler.
I mean, it's missing by missing by at least another stump.
Yeah.
I would suggest, if not maybe more than that. It's nowhere near LBW, but the ball's come back a considerable way, and almost probably more than Matt Taylor would have expected it to do. Otherwise, he might not have started it on that line.
Here is Taylor again, chopped away straight to lace. At point, Taylor has conceded 13 boundaries in 17 overs. It goes back to your point about, and a lot of those have been drives, haven't they? Through the sort of extra cover area.
Yeah.
So he's been trying to pitch the ball up to bring the slips into the game, but there's not been enough in the pitch for him to get just those small margins of movement that often make the difference. And again, Gouldstone defends. So Taylor this morning has conceded 16 runs in his spell. Overall figures now 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 78. The next over at this end, he hasn't taken his sweater, but in theory the next over at this end could be bowled with the second new ball. Where is Higgins? He's at mid-wicket at the moment, so we'll see how quickly he gets into things.
Warner is there now and bowls. Rossington defending off the front foot with a therm. Oh dear me, a therm fud. Up to mid-off.
So it's just a replay of Jared Warner's approach to the crease. Straight approach. It is quite a sprint from him too.
He's quite front on, isn't he? As he is into his delivery motion. Warner to the crease bowls, and Rossington takes a hand off the bat there. It hit the shoulder of the bat. The way that he's taken that hand off the bat several times, I wonder if he is nursing a little bit of a finger injury. They've been doing a fair bit of keeping, so it could just be general wear and tear on the fingertips throughout the season.
Just looking at the balls faced of these two, Gouldstone's actually faced more deliveries for his 43 than Rossington has.
Warner bowls to Rossington, that's pulled dismissively over wide mid-on. 1 bounce, 2 bounces over the rope, but that's a long boundary out there. It would have come close actually to clearing a few boundary ropes in the country. And Rossington with boundary number 13. A short ball that just didn't get up from Warner. It's around about, well, around about waist height really, maybe even below that. And Rossington, with the power that he's got, is going to put that away. 265 for 5. Warner in, and Rossington forward in defence this time.
Good response, better length ball.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're going to bowl a short ball, then it needs to get up a lot more than that. And it's hard to know whether Warner was looking to bowl the genuine bouncer or whether something just went a bit off with the delivery and it just happened to be a drag down. But given that the deep square leg is out there, it's not inconceivable that it was meant to be the bouncer. It just did not get up as much as he'd hoped. 2 balls remaining in this over as Warner bowls, and that's left this time by Rossington. There have been too many leaves of late. So just 1 ball remaining until the new ball can and surely will be taken unless Ryan Higgins wants a couple of balls to get himself loose with the old one. Every time I try and predict what happens along those lines, I get it wrong. So I'm not going to say whether I think the new ball will be taken without warm-up deliveries or with them.
Higgins just wringing his hands after that last stop.
Here is the last ball. Oh no, it's not. Warner's not let go of it. I think just because he felt he'd lost his run rather than anything untoward. He certainly doesn't seem to be clutching anything as he walks back to his mark. Probably just whether it was...
Just looking at the atmospherics. In the distance, the light is very clear. Just overhead, it's gone just a little bit darker just for the moment.
Yeah, it is quite gloomy at the moment. Warner in, bowls a short ball, which Rossington pulls, keeps it down, gets it in front of square. Van Buren across from deep square leg well to do the fielding, and they didn't particularly push hard for the second run. So Rossington gets one and will keep the strike on 85, 266 for 5. Job number 1 ticked off for Northants. They have seen off that first period before the second new ball, and now the umpires, I think, are going to wave the ball in the air. The new ball has been taken straight away.
Warner this morning, 5 overs for 13. Northants have added 34 against the old ball, and now they'll have Ryan Higgins with the new one. I'll just remind you of our email address. You can contact us, of course, throughout the commentary on the email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. There it is, top right hand corner of your screen. Questions, observations, points you'd like to make, always good. We're talking about the structure of the season yesterday. Here's Higgins in from the Ashley Down Road and floats up the first delivery with that second new ball, and Rossington, who's now got 3 slips to possibly pouch an edge. Lace going in there, just plays that one defensively back up the pitch. I'm just conscious that it being bank holiday yesterday, people were doing other things. We were talking about the potential structure for next year. It's not decided yet, and what people would do. Would you make the calendar work? Here's Higgins in. Nice little bit of shape there. And again, Rossington defends. And I think we can say there is no easy answer, but all creative answers are welcome. Email alan.fordermat. No. You can certainly email us. We'll happily discuss whatever you think might work. Higgins runs away from our commentary position, and he's hit down the ground by Rossington over the top of Chris Dent. Is it going to go all the way to the rope? It is, and that takes Rossington to his highest score of the summer, with one of the few shots that he's really played in the air, but he played it into a safe area.
It's a bullying shot, wasn't it?
There's a lot of bottom hand in that. And Dent is going to stay at mid-off. Higgins, and again it's hit into the ground, well stopped by Higgins. Nice bounce for him, and the follow through.
It was the kind of shot that you would see in a T20 in the first 6 overs, really, isn't it? He's got a bowler of a pace that he fancies, bowling a ball into the slot, and he's just taking it up and over.
Yeah, and he's got 85 to his name at the time. He feels he's in a good place confidence-wise, and his team are taking slowly an increasing grip on this first innings.
Yeah, and it's also a statement, isn't it? First over of the new ball, Gloucestershire, be no secret, they'll be hoping that Higgins is the bowler that's going to make the inroads here, and it's a statement from Rossington to say, oh no, I'm the one on top here.
Defends this time. do much else with that. So Higgins through his first over, and Tom Price is taking off his sweater to, I'm sure, come on at the pavilion end. He got 2 wickets yesterday, and again before play this morning, with and this is a natural thing, I'm sure, with Tom Price, because he is still, you know, finding his cricketing body, if that makes sense. There's a bit more. He was very wiry when he came into the side. He's just filled out a little bit, and there may have been a bit more pace yesterday than certainly we saw in 2019. I think when he made his debut.
2020.
2020.
Yeah. So yes, I certainly think so. And I was reading a couple of the comments on the stream, but I think last night.
Did he not play in the Australia List A games?
I was thinking about the first time that we'd seen him in the Worcestershire Bob Willis Trophy match. Yeah, but certainly the general consensus seems to be that he looks to have put on some pace, and he's almost picked up a wicket with the first ball that he's bowled with the new ball, and that is a fantastic way to start. Perfect line, perfect length, but just not quite finding the outside edge. Goldston feeling as if he had to play, and he did keep his bat inside the line of it, but it didn't miss the outside edge by too much. 3 slips down, Tom Price bowls, and once again it's right on the money, and Goldston did incline the bat slightly towards the ball, so 2 deliveries in a row which have beaten Goldston outside the off stump, but he's still there, and you are going to get deliveries like that with the new ball, which you've just got to hope you don't get the edge to, and there is an art to that as well, so I'm told. Price in and bowls, a delivery which Goldston can play relatively comfortably off the back foot in defence.
Just say Jack Taylor's out on the field temporarily. I don't know who has Zafar.
I was going to say, I don't see
Zafar out there.
No, I don't think he is out there at the moment.
He's gone off to change his boots, perhaps.
Tom Price past umpire Ramage and bowls down the leg side. Bracey with a, well, he hasn't completely taken it cleanly, but then it was way down the leg side, so he saved himself some more byes there. To 3 balls right on the, I guess, the cone that you might put to hit if you're in bowling practice. That one just a little bit awry, but Bracey saves any further damage. Price bowls full edged, and well, Hammond is, I think Hammond is saying, is he saying that he's taken this? It looks as though Hammond might be saying that he's caught it, but not out is the decision. Here's the replay. Well,
oh no, it's a long way short. It's a long way short.
I don't know. He's walking forwards with his hands out, but nobody else has. It was barely even an appeal, really. I'd have to imagine that Hammond must at some point have said, "How's that?" Price bowls, and there's a flashing drive and a miss. There is an art to playing and missing to the good balls, but that one was a genuine poor shot, and a terrific start from Tom Price, with the exception of that 1 ball down the leg side, but 3 plays and misses in his first over, and that one, I think the one that he can feel the most aggrieved at having not found the edge to. 3 plays and misses and an edge falling short of the slips. Tom Price, show of faith in him to receive the new ball, and he's so far looked like he may well repay that faith after that first over, but he's got to, I guess, keep the consistency up and keep his feet behind that front line.
It's Captain Rossington. Plays another of those drives that have peppered his innings both yesterday and today. Chris Dent fields at mid-off. Amazing to think that, you know, 147 for 5. Gloucestershire certainly had the edge in the game, and it's been a slow turnaround of that impetus from this pair. Rossington's got to 90 without giving a chance. Goulston 43, having given 1 when he was on 13. And Higgins, now in his 19th over, hasn't got a wicket yet. He's done very little wrong, though, I would say, in that spell, in those spells. In fact, he's only conceded 3 fours in, and this is his 19th over. So
yeah,
from an accuracy point of view, you couldn't ask much more.
Yeah, he has done all but take a wicket.
This measured run, that's a bit shorter, and Goulston can let that go. I mean, Northants still got 28 overs to potentially go for batting points. A lot will depend on how far this pair can take this innings, you would feel. The lower order doesn't look to have an awful lot of runs in it. Tom Taylor would be a handy 8, but below that, as we did compare the Northants tail to the 9, 10, 11 in the Indian side, which is perhaps seen almost as 3 glorified 11s.
Well, it was 4 really in the last test, wasn't it? But no, I don't think there are any tails out there in this country which are like that. You've got 4 players who, maybe even all 4 of them, averaging below 10 in Test cricket, and probably only just over in first class cricket in some cases.
Higgins in again, and again Goulston defends. That's in the Northants team. White and Sanderson both have averages below 10. Kerrigan's average is 13, so yeah, a little bit better perhaps, but certainly not. Quite a few people batting 9 around the country. Here's Tom Price with that chance to Hammond, which certainly from the other camera to me looked as if it was falling short, and clearly that was the umpire's view as well at square leg. Steve O'Shaughnessy. Hammond, I don't think, actually, I think he asked because he didn't know. Yeah, I
suppose it looked more like that, didn't it, than I'm definitely claiming this, but it was a move to try. Here's another look at it.
It's on the half
really, without slowing it down. You can't tell for sure. I mean, I'm going to slow it down on my machine in front of me.
It was a very polite inquiry, wasn't it? It's comfortably short, I think.
As Rossington thwacks that one straight to mid-on, so he won't pick up a run for it. It was another really forcing shot from Rossington. He's got 90, so you'd think some batsmen might just be dialing things back a little bit and playing for the 3 figures, but Rossington looks like he wants to get through the 90s as quickly as possible. Certainly needs to try and transfer some pressure back onto Price, who bowls, and there's full delivery, which Rossington is forced into defence. I think I can probably put it that way. It's certainly slowing it down.
See, his strike rate this year is nearly 58, which is pretty good in Championship cricket.
Yep, it's decent. Price to Rossington, that comes or angles leg side-ish, strikes Rossington on the thigh pad. It's not even slowing it down, this Hammond chance. It's not absolutely clear cut, but I think he's kind of, what he's done is he's scooped it off the grass, and he may not have known whether he'd caught it or not as a consequence. Price bowls, and a beauty which beats Rossington. Just a little bit of zip there through to Bracey. I appreciate we're only talking small margins, because it's not as though Bracey's suddenly taken that one at shoulder height, but it did generate some decent carry and looked to move away from Rossington off the pitch, whereas the previous couple of deliveries have angled into him. As Tom Price is in and bowls, Rossington is lunging downwards at that one. Plays it up towards mid-on. It's not been, in general, a comfortable face for Rossington this over. Umpire Ramage just, he was having a chat with Tom Price about the front foot there or not. So far, he's not bowled a no ball yet today. Price is there and he bowls. Rossington drives up to mid-off, but bottom of the bat really. So it's a maiden over, and appreciation shown from the Gloucestershire crowd for what has been an excellent start with this second new ball from Tom Price especially, but Gloucestershire still searching for that first scalp of the day.
Go back to the point at which Northants lost their last wicket, which was at 147. That was in the that was off the last ball of the 45th over. Driven again by Gouldstone, trying to emulate his captain. So 39 overs without a wicket. Patience is important, of course, in four-day cricket, but that's longer than Gloucestershire would want to have waited, that's absolutely certain. Three steps in Higgins now with this second new ball, tries a short one, and Gouldstone spots it early and ducks underneath it.
I see there's been another poll started on the stream to ask whether the ball carried or not. Did it carry, finger underneath it, or short? So far, 19 votes.
Higgins in again, and Gouldstone once more defends.
Go Gloucestershire Cricket YouTube channel, the leaders in interaction. Get the fans involved.
Flexing knees of Gouldstone, waits for Higgins once more. Price is at point. So these two have just about shared the strike in this partnership, or you wouldn't know that from the number of runs they've respectively scored. Overall run rate still about 3.2. Higgins past umpire Shaughnessy, and he's bowled Gouldstone. That's come back and knocked the middle stump flat. And at last, reward for Ryan Higgins in his 20th over. It's been a long time coming. But that's got through between bat and pad, and Gouldstone is dismissed in first-class cricket for the first time, having made 43 in his third innings for Northants, but he's given valuable support to his captain, Adam Rossington, take the score from 147 for 5 to 271 now for 6.
Yeah, impressive innings from the youngster, who, returning to the site of his first-class debut where he didn't even get to bat, he's come here and played, as you say, more than useful innings. And if you're going to be, well, if you're going to have to wait a while, as he did, to be dismissed for the first time in first-class cricket, you'd have to imagine it's probably going to take a pretty decent ball to get rid of you, and that's exactly what it was from Ryan Higgins, just nipping back in. Yes, there was a gap between bat and pad, but it was such because the ball came back at him. So a good ball from Higgins, and he gets a wicket that he very rarely bowls and doesn't deserve a wicket, really. It is just like that, but he's got reward, and now he's got the potential to add a few more here, and Gloucestershire, from their point of view, they need him to do that.
Yeah, I think when I saw Ed in the car park this morning, I said Gloucestershire need 280 all out, Northants. Well, they'll do well to ball out for 280 here, but it's still possible. Can Higgins get a clutch of wickets quickly? Tom Taylor's the new man. There's an immediate appeal for an LBW, but it was nothing from the bowler. And a success for Higgins in his first spell of the day. He didn't bowl with the old ball, but he did bowl, or has bowled, with the new one, and 3 overs in his spell. Overall figures, 20 overs, 1 for 27, miserly.
Yep, and I made the point yesterday about how a lot of the best bowlers do this, particularly thinking of somebody like Jimmy Anderson. If you're not taking wickets, you keep the runs down to such an extent, you have such control over what you're doing, that if you don't take wickets even in a couple of spells, by the time you've taken a wicket in the third spell even, you've not conceded very many runs at all, so you've still more than done your job, and you also keep that average low.
Jack Taylor still on the field, and he's gone into third slip.
Here is Tom Price, and he's into Rossington, who drives down the ground, should be stopped, and will be quite comfortably. And Zafar Gohar is back on the field at cover, so there's obviously been a fair bit of swapping. That's Ian Cobain mid-on,
so
mid-off rather.
So I think Chris Dent's off the field at the moment.
Tom Price past umpire Ramage, bowls to Rossington, who covers up and plays into the offside. But now you wonder, Rossington's lost his partner, who he's put on over 3 figures with. Nothing so far has changed the way that Rossington's gone about things. Will that loss change things? I just heard the voice of Ian Randall from a distance calling the wicket of Goldston as Price bowls full, driven down the ground nicely by Rossington, and that's travelling all along the carpet for 4, straight as you like, pretty much. If you hit it too much straighter than that, you're not picking up any runs because you've whacked it into the stumps at the non-striker's end. And Rossington has not driven too many in terms of a pure straight drive, but this was an on drive with a little bit of wrist work from Adam Rossington, and he controlled that just beautifully.
A clip, wasn't it, really? Didn't try and overhit it.
Tom Price in and bowls, and Rossington looking to do something fairly similar, but hasn't got the timing, and bat turned a little bit in his hand as he played it straight to mid-on. 15 boundaries. I can't imagine more than a couple have come from conventional off or on drive. They've tended to go more through extra cover, and then of course that one boundary that he thwacked over the top of mid-off. Tom Price in, and Rossington is he's beaten by that one, I think you'd have to say he was. And Bracey having to parry that one as it fell well short of him. So probably a good thing for the annoyance levels of Tom Price that he didn't find the edge there, because it would have not been close to carrying him. That's not bounced very much at all. Last ball of this over. Tom Price is in. He's bowled him! So that's the end of Rossington. Just top of off stump. Absolute perfection from a fast bowler's perspective. And one has brought two for Gloucestershire. Tom Price gets his third wicket, his first of the day. And the replay here, ball didn't seem to have really jagged off the pitch, but it was the perfect top of off delivery. And Northants 275 for 7.
Well, perhaps my 280 wish might still be on then. But good effort from Rossington. Best score of the summer. Came in with his side backed into a corner, really. 147 for. They were 4 down when he. Sorry, they were 4 down when he came in. So 115 for 4. That scoreline could have been 200 all out if he'd have gone cheaply.
Yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed watching Rossington bat there, and I said, I think pretty much as soon as he came out, I think he's a really underrated cricketer in terms of what he's done in his first-class career. And I still think he's underrated in terms of his T20 exploits, but that's another matter. I think he's a terrific batsman in first-class cricket as well, and he's certainly been great to watch. I mean, the drives on the up, the ease with which he did that was quite impressive, really. And I thoroughly enjoyed watching that innings, but from Gloucestershire's point of view, it's come to an end at a critical time now, and you've got 2 batsmen in on naught, and the last 2 batsmen who are averaging double figures as well in first-class cricket.
So 2 wickets in 7 balls then for Gloucestershire, and a 3rd slip in now for Ryan Higgins. Simon Kerrigan's come out at number 9. He's not on strike at the moment. And Taylor, a slightly taller figure, defends to Higgins. So thoughts of a big score, maybe for Northants, on the back burner for a while. They'll want to get to 300 though, if they can. But they might be a bit more circumspect about doing so with the lower order now in. Higgins again. That's clipped nicely by Taylor. It's a tumbling stop from Charlesworth, who's got Higgins
wearing Higgins'
jumper, which is.
It was a slightly. I did a double take for a moment there as I saw number 29 diving away at mid-wicket. Obviously fits him a bit better than we saw in the Hampshire Royal London Cup game. Kyle Abbott was wearing Joe Weatherly's shirt, and that did not fit him that well. This one obviously fits Charlesworth a little better.
He's at mid-wicket, and there's a short leg as well for Higgins. And Tom Lace has some chasing to do, just scuttling back as Taylor works that away for, I say a single, but they didn't take the run, I think, in the end.
Yeah, they did. Kerrigan took the single, yeah.
So Taylor back on strike. And Higgins quickly to him. That just straightens a little off the pitch. Put it wide enough that Taylor didn't need to play at it. So 2 wickets have gone down this morning after a wait of, well, just about an hour. We didn't start until 11:30. And Taylor waits, and that's gone only off the pad. I think it's short of Bracey anyway. He's just taking it on the half volley. Higgins looks ruefully round. There's no appeal. Here's the replay. It was off the bat, but it was comfortably short of James Bracey. 50th first-class appearance for Bracey. Hasn't taken a dismissal yet, but he'll be more keen to get some runs in this game. Again, worked on the onside by Taylor straight to Charlesworth. And the end of Higgins is over. So he started the day, he's bowled 4 overs today for 7 runs and a wicket. Very much in the pattern of his efforts yesterday. So they say the 2 men out this morning, both recently gone. Rossington bowled by Price in his last over for 94, and before that Gouldstone losing his middle stump to Higgins for 43. And Northants, talk about dialing back. I think they'll be crawling to 300 with these two. I would suspect if they are to get there. Gloucestershire, well, they'd like to be batting before luncheon, I think. When lunch is at 1:30. They'd like to be in well before that if they could.
Yep, certainly would. Especially with a new ball. And 2 bowlers now with their tails up, having taken a wicket each. Tom Price to Kerrigan, who is forward in comfortable enough looking defence, rolling it up towards mid-on.
Just so you don't, as you see the logo in the top right-hand corner of the screen, you can download the free Gloucestershire Cricket app if you have a smartphone.
Kerrigan waiting for Tom Price, who is in and bowls to him, and that one just angling back towards the off stump of Kerrigan, but it was outside it enough that he could
leave. I'm
leave.
thinking that he had basically almost 2 years out of first-class cricket, having not played at all latterly for Lancashire, and then I think Northants offered him a short-term deal, and then a kind of a 2-year deal followed off the back of that.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, Tom Price to Kerrigan, and once again Kerrigan able to leave a ball tight enough that he might have thought about playing at it. Certainly nothing wrong with that kind of a line from Tom Price, even if Kerrigan is going to leave it. He's one of those cricketers that he has a lot of people cheering for him, not just in Northamptonshire or I'm sure in Lancashire either, just because I think a lot of people can relate to his story, if not in a cricketing sense, as Price is in, and Kerrigan a little bit squared up by that one. I think he was perhaps thinking about playing it onside and then changed offside at the last moment, and he's still not sure which way he should have played it, even from the shots that he was rehearsing. But the important thing from his point of view is he kept it out. But you know, in terms of somebody whose, I guess, day on the big stage turned out to be just a day that they would rather forget. Tom Price in, and that's angled by Kerrigan down towards third man. There's nothing that is going to stop that except the boundary rope. So Kerrigan gets his first boundary, and the score up to 281 for 7. Again, nothing that Tom Price can really do about that. It's just glanced with soft hands from Kerrigan, falling miles short as the slips. But this has been, it's been a spell quite like the one that he started when he got those 2 wickets yesterday, and went a little bit wrong for him in the last spell that he bowled. Tom Price bowls. Oh, he's played that one softly, and goodness me, did that hit the stumps or did it just go over them?
No, it's dribbled past them, I think.
I just wondered for a moment whether it had hit the stumps but the bails hadn't come off, but I think it must just have dribbled over the top of them in the end. Here's the replay of it, and I think it has. It's gone over them, hasn't it? It's bounced hard into the ground behind Kerrigan and then just bounced over the top of the stumps. What a let-off that is for Kerrigan.
Very easily have played on there.
If the ground behind him is just a little bit softer, then it doesn't bounce as much as that. 2-8-1 for 7 after the end of another fantastic over from Tom Price.
Yes, he's done well with the responsibility of taking the second new ball here. So Kerrigan taking Price and Taylor taking Higgins here. I try to catch it, but that would have gone past Tom Lace very, very sharply indeed, and Charlesworth goes to do the fielding at deep square. They'll take 2. And Northants run rate, as you would imagine, having lost the 2 men who were both reasonably well set. It's now a question of really what can they eke out of their remaining 3 wickets. Higgins over the wicket to Taylor.
Well, those cries of catch off the previous ball, which were somewhat optimistic, but it wouldn't be the first time that Tom Lace has grabbed a catch at short leg right off the face of the bat. I know he's capable of doing that in there, but
he's tended to do that more off the spinners, I think.
There was, yes, but I think, was there not one at Cheltenham which was off maybe even Worrell? Oh, maybe I'm not remembering that correctly.
There definitely was one at Cheltenham. That's quite right. Bracey standing up. And there's a big appeal for Higgins for an LBW. Is Steve O'Shaughnessy going to say there was any bat involved in that? No, he's not. So just a leg by. But with Bracey very much in the batsman's ear now.
Higgins is looking around almost as if he's wondering why nobody else appealed as loudly as he did.
Yeah, well, there's a bit of a grin now, so perhaps he was aware that was optimistic. Now a chance to have a go at Kerrigan. Just nudges that out on the offside. They'll go through for 2 as Van Buren chases down to backward point in front of the man stand. Sprinkling of spectators in today, by no means would you say it's a large crowd, but it's one of those days where you can understand people's indecision about whether to go to the cricket or not. It's not going to be the most comfortable day watching. He's in again and Kerrigan lets that go.
No, well, I think we are all hoping for perhaps a extended, brighter period towards the end of the season. It doesn't look as if it's going to happen in the immediate future, but in terms of making those last couple of rounds of championship fixtures a little more watchable for the spectators, hopefully it brightens up a bit.
Against to Kerrigan, solidly defends. And Higgins has bowled 5 overs with this second new ball, so he's probably got at least certainly another couple he'd like. I think maybe even one more if another wicket should come his way. But Gloucestershire have taken 2 this morning. 232 for 5 is where Northants started. You can see they're 286 for 7, and still 21 overs to go. Here is the scenario over the ball that almost got dragged on. It certainly didn't go over the stumps. It went past the off stump, sort of halfway up. Although I'm not sure Kerrigan really had a clue how it missed. That was the view from the camera at the other end, obviously, which gave us a much better idea.
Tom Price to Tom Taylor, and it's a no ball, the first of the day from Tom Price, 7th overall in the innings, 14 runs total, 288 for 7 now. The other thing actually which I hadn't noticed was that Kerrigan kicked after it, and he had to be a bit careful he didn't kick his own stumps over in desperation, trying to stop the ball from hitting them. Tom Price bowls, and Tom Taylor driving, but driving with a hand off the bat, and could easily have spooned that to mid-off, but it fell well short of Chris Dent fielding there. I'm wondering, actually, Chris Dent's obviously not fielding in the slips, and I think you're right, he's not fielding in there because of the fingers, but how many times has he actually touched a ball that's been travelling at a decent rate in the outfield? Tom Price bowls, and once again Tom Taylor taking a hand off the bat as he turns that one into the leg side. Just wondering how overall it evens itself out. I suppose you know that you're quite likely to be getting catches quite low down. They're going to have to scoop up with the fingertips. At the same time, if the ball's travelling hard along the ground, then you can also jar your, well, if you're like me, you can also jar your fingers on those quite easily enough. Tom Price in, and there's a drive which is skewed away behind square on the leg side. Higgins on the chase from fine leg around to deep backward square, so they're able to come back for 2 runs.
I mean, what you would say is that, you know, many captains across literally thousands of cricket matches over the years would have been fielding either at mid-on or mid-off.
Yep.
Because they can be in their bowler's ear, and that is part of the advantage that Dent has from that position. Not that he's a good fielder everywhere.
Yep. 290 for 7. Price to Tom Taylor, who once more that bottom hand just comes off the bat as he makes sure it goes down into the leg side.
Stands quite tall, Taylor, in his batting.
Yes, he needs to work on. I mean, he's got the name, he's got the stance to a certain extent. He just needs to work on the backlift now. We're of course talking about Gloucestershire T20 skipper Jack Taylor. Yes, just for potentially our Northants viewers. Price bowls, and a pleasant-looking push down the ground from Taylor, but he's not going to get a run for it as Tom Price has slowed it down. There was a big explosion, disturbance of the landing area there from Price as he bowled that one. You can kind of see almost from that, with the dust getting thrown up, the force that's going through the creases. Tom Price bowls. Last ball of this over, and he's there, and that has beaten Tom Taylor, who taking at least one step towards Tom Price down the pitch at him, and then just fiddling with one just outside the off stump. And he's actually, what he's done, there you go, you can see it perfectly in the replay, he's not just moved down the pitch, he's actually moved to the offside a step, which has meant that he's even more likely to play at a ball like that, which he didn't actually have to play at.
It's probably 5th stump.
Yeah, rather than 4th stump, which you'd say, okay, especially, you know, lower order batsmen as Tom Taylor is, they're going to play at balls like that. But if you're going to step down and step to the offside as well, you're increasing the opportunity for that outside edge to occur. But it didn't. And 290 for 7 at the end of the over.
Kerrigan's just taken his guard again. I wonder if he's taking off stump out there. That's down the leg side from Higgins. But he was quite a long way across. And see from the camera, from our commentary point, tinges of green that were in the pitch yesterday just starting to fade a little bit, but because of the overhead conditions, it's not really, Higgins again with Kerrigan taking off stump as a guard, I think, but with Higgins not quite as close to the stumps as he might be with that delivery. Let's just see how he's thinking about gets going down the leg side. The angle is going to take it on. Steve O'Shaughnessy not going to be drawn in by Higgins' appeal. 10 runs needed for another batting point for Northants. Gloucestershire are going to get a wicket there, though, and Jared Warner's clung on to that. And a wicket for Higgins. That's a nice height for Warner at first slip. And Kerrigan, whatever he did to change his guard, didn't really have much of a benefit there. And a second wicket for Higgins in this spell. He tried to keep it down, but nice trajectory, nice pace, and a comfortable take for Jared Warner at first slip. 290 for 8.
He played 2 shots through the gully, and both of those were played with quite a shallow bat angle, not going hard at the ball, and he'd picked up some runs doing that, and I think that's exactly what he was trying to do again there. But one, I don't think the bat angle was quite as shallow as on those occasions, but I think more importantly, Higgins just got the ball to bounce a little bit more than Kerrigan expected, ever so slightly, and it looked as if it caught more the shoulder of the bat, which is why it popped up a little bit higher than any slip catch that we've seen so far. And it was, Warner was taking that around about his midriff, whereas every other slip catch that we've seen, it was the one that was put down yesterday by Warner, which was maybe knee height. Everything else has been scooped up almost off the floor.
Now Ben Sanderson's come in at number 10.
Or not scooped up off the floor, as the case may be.
Yes,
what was the, we had the result of the poll in, just asking behind us, has the final result come in? It has come in, and I'm being told that 54% say short.
Higgins to Sanderson, who works that down very, very fine, and there's a chase and a good stop by Zafar Gohar, and they'll come back for a couple. Northants crawling towards 300. I know what one of the bowlers, once they get to that point, might say, actually, we might quite like 20 minutes at Gloucestershire before lunch. Higgins, though, to Sanderson, who's come out and got off the mark straight away, perhaps with a positive approach. Obviously, that's the way he wants to get on with this latter part of the Northants innings, and indeed the game doesn't really move on now until these last 2 wickets are taken. That's the next important phase, is when Gloucestershire start, and Higgins tries to bowl a leg stump Yorker, doesn't quite get it right, and Sanderson will keep the strike at the end of a successful over for Ryan Higgins. So all that toil yesterday for nothing, and his overall figures now are 2 for 35 from 23 overs. And Gloucestershire, can they mop up this Northants tail pretty quickly? Got a chat between Sanderson and Taylor. In Sanderson's case, very experienced county cricketer.
He's another former Yorkshireman.
Well, you're always a Yorkshireman, aren't you?
I thought that's what we established yesterday, but
you know, what you would call a good, solid county pro, Ben Sanderson, in terms of, you know, in terms of the wickets he takes and the overs he gets through.
On strike now to Tom Price, who bowls, and that's turned leg side, will be picked up by Van Buren at mid-wicket. You'd have to imagine, you were talking about how Northants might quite like a little period at Gloucestershire before lunch. I'm sure in Sanderson's mind he's already thinking about probably how he might like to be bowling in conditions as they are now. I mean, having said that, I don't think the conditions are going to change very much. Tom Price moves in, and Sanderson drives, trying to give that one a good clout down the ground, but it's come off the bottom of the bat and straight into the ground and fielded at mid-off. He's got a couple of gaps to work with on the offside, one especially large one between wide mid-off and point. Gloucestershire have elected to go for a third man rather than a cover. 3 slips still in place as Price bowls, and Sanderson flashes at that one without any foot movement towards the ball. In fact, the feet actually moved ever so slightly away from the ball, but no outside edge. And I'd also be hoping that if he gets a nick on this, it will be flashing over the top of the slips, but a good old tail ender's waft.
Yeah, Price hasn't taken 4 wickets in a first-class game before. He's got 3 at the moment.
Price bowls, and that's a shout for leg before wicket, and given. It did look pretty straight, and Sanderson trapped LBW for 2. 4th wicket for Tom Price, and Northants still 7 shy of 300.
Well, Price, as I say, so this is a career best in first-class cricket. Ian Ramage had to think about it, but Sanderson just played down the Jubilee line and the ball was on the central. That was the scenario there.
We're coming at right angles, the Jubilee and the central.
Okay, you know what I mean.
You know, maybe Victoria and Piccadilly, but central and oh, that's a bit harsh. You'd have been turning to leg if it were that.
Yeah.
Oh dear. No, it was. I think it probably what umpire Ramage may have been weighing up in his mind was that it struck Sanderson fairly high up on the pad, but it was. I think it was probably back pad, and also his foot was bent as he was looking to come forwards and drive. So I think in the end that's what umpire Ramage had to weigh up in his mind, and he felt that it was. I mean, it certainly looked straight from where we were. I don't think there's any question about, for example, missing leg. I think height may well have been the only thing that could have saved Sanderson, but it didn't. So Jack White comes out at number 11, and White a left-hander, and Tom Price has 2 balls remaining in this over to try and claim a maiden 5-wicket haul.
4 wickets have gone down for 22, so this has been a good response with the second new ball.
Still just the 3 slips as Tom Price is in and bowls to White, who defends that one away towards mid-off. I think you could see, even with the angle of the right armour to the left-handed batsman, you could probably see maybe even 2 stumps as White defended that one. So Tom Price has got to be thinking that if he can just get one on that off stump, he may well be in business here. Last ball of this over, Tom Price is in, and White drives beautifully, but drives it straight to Chris Dent at wide mid-off, and he doesn't get any runs for what was a really nice shot. The end of the over from Tom Price, and an over which has guaranteed him his first-class best. There's the catch. Ooh, Warner's nearly had that one pop out. He's taken that with his wrists. That was the catch to get rid of Kerrigan, and the ball threatened just to come out the other side there, but it didn't. And that over, by the way, from Tom Price, a wicket maiden.
He's taken 2 for 12 today, Tom Price. And Ryan Higgins then to bowl to Tom Taylor. I wonder what his approach will be with White at the other end. At number 11. Always skewed that in the air. He's got that away off and out. Thick outside edge. It's going to go down to the boundary at backward point, and Taylor knew very little about that. He was trying to turn that into the on the side, and it's come off the shoulder and it's skewed away into the gap between the slips and Price at backward point. No joy at all for Higgins. And Northants have got to within a boundary of 300, but Taylor did not have a clue where that had gone.
I'm not going to say anything about bats these days.
Higgins again. Taylor looked far more comfortable playing the ball onto the leg side. And there's the overall position in the card at the bottom of your screen. So 2 wickets to Higgins, 2 to Matt Taylor, 4 to Tom Price, and 1 to Jared Warner.
I think what you can say about that previous boundary is it must have found the middle of the edge, because the edges now are so wide that they've actually got a middle to them.
Higgins in, balls a short one. That's hit Taylor, I think, on the side of the helmet. So they're going to check either him or the helmet. The answer is no. Dribbling out on the offside, as you can see. Higgins trying to wrap this Northants innings up. Taylor defends, he won't get a run there. Charlesworth coming round from mid-on. If you're expecting lunch to be at 1 o'clock, and you'd planned your day around a 1 o'clock lunch, we won't be...
You'll be sorely disappointed.
Yes, you'll have to wait, I'm afraid. Well, you can have your lunch, obviously, but the players here won't be taking lunch until 1:30. And that assumes there's a call for a top edge, but nothing given by umpire O'Shaughnessy. And that assumes these two aren't here in 29 minutes' time. And of course we would be...
You might have a deceiving interval. It looks as if it's going to be the break. I mean, he's charging down the pitches. Tom Taylor, Ryan Higgins with a short ball. And rather intriguing body language from both Higgins and Bracey there.
In theory, lunch is now at 1:30 because we had a delayed start. Higgins almost gets under the bat of Taylor with a Yorker. But that will leave Tom Price to have another go. You would think at Jack White. Jared Warner is carrier of the protective headgear from end to end here for the short leg and for the keeper, if appropriate. But White just getting some advice from Taylor. I'm not sure what that would have been given the couple of the shots that Taylor played in the last over. Higgins overall 2 for 39 from 24 overs. He's bowled 7 overs in this spell, but I think he'll probably keep going until the last wicket falls, you would think now.
Tom Price into his 19th over of the innings. He bowls to Jack White. That's a flashing drive with maybe even all 3 stumps visible to Tom Price there, and misses it. It doesn't look as if he's just going to stand there and try to block it out for Tom Taylor to score as many runs as he can. Looks as though Jack White's of the opinion that there's only one way to play this, and he might hit the shot of the day. He might also
get out,
not make very many.
Yeah, but this part, I mean, we've talked about the positivity of Northants batting, and that's how it's been right the way through from 1 to 11, hasn't it?
Here is Tom Price, bowls to White, who flashes and doesn't get anything on that one either. I think it may have just fallen slightly short of Bracey anyway, but another air shot from Jack White, who is standing there with the teapot looking back at the pitch. How dare it deny me the boundary opportunity. Tom Price is there, bowls, and for Jack White, playing defensively out towards wide mid-off. I mean, this is a frustration, isn't it, for a fast bowler bowling to somebody who's not getting in line, that you think that they're going to, as soon as you bowl it at the stumps, because they're not getting in line and they're showing you all the stumps when the ball's outside the off stump, you think if I just bowl it at the stumps, then surely I'll get him bowled. And then they defend those ones. So Tom Price round the wicket now to the left-handed White in bowls, and White will get off the mark here, driving away through the covers. It is just going to be the 1. Probably wouldn't have managed 2 if they'd pushed extra hard. Van Buren doing the fielding. 2-9-8 for 9, and Jack White off the mark with that single.
I wonder whether Rossington would be to go down the positivity line. If they were to get another 2 runs, would he declare and say to Gloucestershire, right, come on then, You're going to have 10 minutes at you.
I suspect he'd probably be thinking he's not going to be saving a huge amount of time in the game by doing that, but it is one way that you could decide to go, yeah. Deep square leg going
Not in terms
out.
of saving time, but just in terms of making it awkward for the
yeah.
openers.
Yeah. So Van Buren out to the boundary as Tom Price bowls to Taylor, and that's angled through the gully region. There is a third man in place. Ben Charlesworth appears from down below us, and the score up to 299 for 9, and Price will just get one ball here at Jack White, still hunting that Michelle, as they call them, I believe.
Who coined that phrase?
I don't know, but it's been around for quite a while. Bit of a false start there from Tom Price, but he's ready to come in. Here he is, and bowls. And Jack White has tried to flick that one off, well, around about the hip area, but I think it was maybe offside of that actually in the end, but no harm done. No run, however, either, as it was whipped into the leg side. So 2 runs off that over. 299 for 9 remains the score. And still, well, just under 25 minutes now left until the lunch break, minus the potential 10 minutes for the change of innings. It's not going to be too many overs for Gloucestershire to face, but as you say, it could just be an awkward little period.
Well, 67 for 4 is the net Northants score this morning, so Gloucestershire will feel they've probably done as... That's probably a par sort of performance, I would say, possibly slightly above. So Higgins to try and prevent them getting the extra batting point, with Bracey standing up. But with the more experienced and the better of the 2 batsmen, Tom Taylor on strike. Men out this morning, Goulston for 43, Rossington for 94, his highest score of the summer, Kerrigan for 7 and Sanderson for 2. Higgins to Taylor, who defends. Straight up to Chris Dent at mid-off, and of course, if these 2 were still batting in 22 minutes' time, we would keep going.
Yep.
For up to another 8 overs. Higgins with 3 slips. Taylor doesn't give them anything there.
And everyone will be searching to see when the latest lunch ever was taken. To the minute.
And Charlesworth at the fall of the last wicket was certainly standing in the striker's area, trying to visualise facing the new ball. Higgins in, and Taylor has got Northants to 300. He's pulled that away deep into the leg side. They've taken 2, and that's all there will be. And Northants have got the 3rd batting point, 301 for 9.
Not exactly a textbook shot, but it did the job for Northants. They would have been very disappointed, I think, not to have got to 300 given the start they got off to today.
Higgins to Taylor again. An appeal from LBW chiefly from behind the stumps, and not very vociferous really.
Slightly apologetic.
One or 2 of those. Again, might have been a little bit high, might have been a little bit leg side. Enough doubt for Steve O'Shaughnessy to turn down the appeal. You can see that's a nice delivery taken by Bracey. Exactly, if you're a keeper standing up, that's exactly where you want the ball every single time. And just thinking just for a moment as Bracey comes back down to the Ashley Down Road end. to face another over or to keep another over from Tom Price. Obviously, he's been keeping this season because Gareth Roderick left Gloucestershire at the end of last season to go to Worcestershire, and he has endured a very difficult first season in terms of his batting form. He's not had an awful lot of first team cricket. When he's been in the side, he hasn't made many runs.
Yeah, I mean, he was always going to be behind Ben Cox, wasn't he? So he'd almost moved from one situation where he was behind somebody to another in the end.
Higgins has taken a sweater.
Where on earth is he fielding?
He's going to go into first slip, I think, once he's got the sweater on.
Right, so Warner has moved to third now. And Higgins is fielding quite deep at first slip, but the others are closer as White skews that one away into the leg side in the end. It seems as though that cover drive is Jack White's favourite shot. He hasn't quite got one away yet. He's playing it with enough force that if he were to find the middle of the bat, I suspect it would race away to the boundary rope, but so far...
So is that Scott at backward point? I think it is, and I think Hammond may have gone off the field.
Here's Price bowling and backing away Jack White, but ball bouncing over and past the stumps as it goes through to James Bracey, with White having fended at it but missed. And Jared Warner just doing a couple of warm-ups. You'd have to wonder whether... I mean, you don't want to go full-on short ball strategy, as England proved at Lord's in the test match against India there, but a bit of extra pace might just do the job. Tom Price bowls and White drives wide of mid-off. A dive having to be brought out from Chris Dent, so they were quite comfortable in coming through for that single, which moves White up to 2. 302 for 9. Of course, Tom Price will be hoping that Jared Warner does not have to come on to bowl, but judging by, well, hard to say for definite, but Higgins has now got the cap and the extra sweater as he's fielding
and
a slip.
And he's
so
bowled 8 in this spell,
yeah,
so
you'd have to think
that might be about as far as Chris Denton, Higgins himself. Well, Higgins actually would probably want to bowl all afternoon, but
yeah.
His skipper might feel he is at the moment.
Tom Price is in, and Taylor working that one just wide of mid-on. They thought about 2, but not going to take it. Tom Taylor up to 13. 303 for 9, just gently worked into the leg side, and a lot of room for Tom Taylor just to pick up some runs out there. The field as was to him with the deep square leg, and nobody inside, as it were, the circle at square leg or mid wicket. Tom Price round the wicket into Jack White, who backed away even further than some of the others there, and not finding the outside edge there, Tom Price.
Just thinking about sort of the time, where we are in the game time-wise. So Northants, in theory, are in the last over of the first day. 96 overs a day. They're batting in the last over on the first day in terms of the time in the game. But in reality, of course, we're almost at the end of the 4th session.
Tom Price bowls, that's slammed away past mid-off. There's a chase on for Chris Dent. They've run 2. The ball is stopped with a slide short of the boundary rope, and they've not been able to come back for a 3rd run. Admittedly, all that's done is it's meant that Taylor's now going to be on strike for the next over. However, good work from Chris Dent, sprinting back and making sure they didn't get that 3rd run. 305 for 9. Jack White moving up to 4. Tom Taylor on strike on 13, but Jared Warner has the sweater off and looks to be preparing to come into bowl. Things have just got a little bit gloomier here, and I was just going to take a tentative step outwards to see whether I could tell whether it was just drizzling lightly again. The visibility's got a little bit worse. It almost looks as if there may be a little bit of drizzle, if not here, maybe in the distance.
Yeah, it's overcast.
Yeah, it is raining.
Of the match here at the Bristol County Ground. So Warner into the attack in place of Ryan Higgins. That's outside the off stump and cracked by the right-handed Taylor, straight on the bounce to Tom Price.
It's pretty much what we had earlier in terms of just being very light drizzle. But, you know, it was one of those things earlier on where if you were playing in it, you wouldn't have gone off, but because you hadn't started yet, you didn't start.
And therefore, because we are playing, hopefully the players will not go off here. Warner in, and one coming just in with the angle of Warner's delivery.
You could, well, I think it was the attempted in-swing. You could really see him try to, with his wrist, get that one to come back.
So Northants this morning have threatened to get away when Gouldstone and Rossingston were still together, but Gloucestershire punning it back. A slower ball from Warner. Didn't go to the top of the class, that bit of fielding, but Dent backed him up. Maybe it is going to be one of those pitches where A, the new ball is really important, and B, maybe at those sort of concentration junction points, things like sanitisation breaks or after tea or after lunch, the batsman might just be more fallible than they are normally. That's a nice shot from Taylor, chopped away. It was a bit wide, but he's chopped that away down to the third man boundary. That's gone away at a fair old lick for 4, and Northants up to 309 for 9, but just enough width offered where he felt there was minimal risk in playing that stroke.
Yeah, that's even if the ball is coming back ever so slightly towards Tom Taylor, that's a lot of width, and they're going to put the third man back now, but equally Jared Warner will do his level best not to bowl there again, I suspect.
Warner in the first over a new spell. He's clipped off his pads this time by Taylor. Down to George Scott. He's got his throw in quickly, but they'll come back for a couple. And these are irritating runs for Gloucestershire, and anything here from Northants, I would say, is bonus value to them. I mean, 293 for 9, and at risk of not getting the third batting point. They've added 18, these two. May not seem much, but it's just soaking time out of the game as well. That's very wide from Warner, and that will be 4 more. That will beat the chase of Van Buren, who's after it as fast as he can, but that will beat him to the rope. And 2 boundaries in that over from balls which were too wide from Warner. This one was very wide. Taylor needn't have chased it really, but he was confident he could pick the gap, and did so.
Yes, that would have been well outside the wide markers if they were there for a one-day game, and really not the end to the over that Warner would have wanted at all. You just, even if you are bowling to a lower order player, you cannot bowl deliveries like that, as Tom Taylor's just proven.
Matt Taylor returning to bowl at the pavilion.
So Matt Taylor replacing Tom Price, and you kind of felt that change had to come as well, really, because Tom Price has got through 8 overs as well in that spell.
Yeah, 2 for 18 today, which is again, that's Higgins-esque.
Yeah, I mean, and considering there could have been a little bit of a worry about how he would rise to the responsibility of taking the new ball, he's really done that, and he's created a lot more chances than just those 2 wickets they ended up taking, as Matt Taylor is in and that's left alone by Jack White.
And we now know that Gloucestershire won't bat before lunch because it's 20 past 1.
Yep, so the 10 minutes will be absorbed into the interval, and we would start again at 2 rather than 2:10, I believe. So Matt Taylor with the left arm over, angling it into the left-handed White, and White drives uppishly, but he's got it wide of mid-off, and that's going to flash away to the wide mid-off boundary for 4. I kind of said that if White times one of these eventually, it's going to go the distance, and that one comfortably going to the wide long-off boundary. And yes, the foot movement isn't necessarily there, but the stroke itself, as nice as they get. So White with a boundary moves his total up to 8, and 14 runs off the last 5 balls for Northants.
So they think it's almost a free shot from this position.
Taylor bowls, and that's driven through extra cover this time, heading out towards the boundary rope. Chris Dent after it. He's going to have to go into a slide, and he hauls it in, but because he had to push the ball back from the rope with some force to prevent it from crossing it, that's allowed them to come through for 3, and that is a new first-class best score for Jack White. Previous best of 10. And that one almost travelling to the ropes as well. 3 stumps visible or not, if he's got his eye in, clearly he's got the timing and the technique in terms of hand-eye at least to score some runs here. So 7 off this over so far as Matt Taylor bowls, and that's leg-side-ish and clipped comfortably by Tom Taylor out to a deep square leg boundary rope.
Yeah, these two put
single.
on 30, these two. And that's... come back to the point we made about the fact that Gloucestershire are now going to be responding to a score that's taken 3 sessions basically to get. So if they want to get to parity, they're probably going to be batting until tea tomorrow.
Jack White back on strike. Matt Taylor bowls, and that's slammed over the top of mid-off by Jack White. He's growing in confidence here, well over the head of Chris Dent, and away to the boundary for another 4. He's having all sorts of fun now, is Jack White, just clearing the right leg out the way, and hands through the line of the ball, lofting it well over mid-off. There's never a thought that that was anything other than 4 the moment he hit it. 12 off this over now. Matt Taylor bowls, backing away is Jack White and trying the uppercut, but he's not managed to get anything on it, and he's also managed to stop himself from falling over backwards, which looked a little bit in danger of happening at one point, but the end of another expensive one. So that's now 22 runs off the last 9 balls. Northants 327 for 9. I wonder maybe whether they... Well, of course, I mean, they'll take the extra half hour, but do Gloucestershire not have to ask for it? Could they therefore not ask for it? We go into lunch and Northants might then think about declaring.
I thought it was an automatic, actually. Was that when it's 9 down, then you have... it's an automatic reversion to the extra 8 overs. Anyway, here's Warner to try and alleviate the need with almost a Yorker length ball that's dug out this time by Taylor.
I'm afraid I can't quite... They certainly, in terms of Test cricket, I think it used to be you could ask for the extra half hour at the end of the day, and that was certainly asked for, and then the umpires would decide whether to grant it. Whereas...
I must confess, I thought that if there was 9 wickets down at lunch, then there was an automatic extension. Warner to the right-handed Taylor. Just forces that at no great pace out to short extra cover. Tom Lace is there. Northants started at 2:32 for 5. And Gloucestershire would have been reasonably pleased with their efforts until these two were paired together at 293 for 9. They didn't get to the 300 very quickly, but since then they've accelerated the rate. Warner in, nicked, and Bracey takes the catch, and that's the end of Tom Taylor. A catch for James Bracey, and the players will go to lunch with Northants all out for 327. A last wicket for a second wicket for Jared Warner, and a smart take by Bracey. This one-handed was a good effort. When he would like to think he would take more often than not, but it was still a sharpish one. And at 327 all out, the innings ends with Taylor's dismissal for 24, and White is left 15 not out. So we go to lunch, well, 4 minutes earlier than normal. But in the end, 95 Northants got this morning for their last 5 wickets. Probably as many as they would have wanted, but from a Gloucestershire perspective, they might have hoped for 30 runs less when their last two came together.
Yeah, I think it's an instance where we've again seen some excellent cricket. There's been a lot of back and forth in that 327 all out, with Northants getting off to a bright start. Some dropped catches earlier on didn't help, and then Gloucestershire got into things. Rossington and Goldston wrestled things back for Northants, and then just at the end, those two also, as you say, just adding a few more runs than Northants may have expected themselves almost. And for Gloucestershire, they know that they're going to have to bat well and bat for a decent length of time when it comes to their turn in a little bit, but it's not a total which should frighten them. Equally, it will be interesting to see what Northants bowlers get out of this surface, and for me especially, it will be particularly interesting to see whether the kind of shots that Rossington was playing, driving on the up with freedom, are Gloucestershire going to be able to play those same sorts of shots? That's the thing that I'm watching for the most.
Well, they've got 69 overs left in the day here, because obviously the 2 overs between innings are going to be absorbed into the lunch interval. So they would love to think they could score 200 runs in that time. That's the kind of number that they will be hoping to get to. But from 232 for 5 this morning, Northants lost. Goldston bowled by Higgins for 43. Rossington bowled by Price for 94 with 15 fours. Just shy though of what would have been an 8th first-class 100, but he did make his highest score of the summer. Kerrigan caught by Warner off Higgins for 7. Sanderson LBW to Price for 2, and then Taylor last out caught by Bracey off Warner for 24. 33 extras in all in that total, 20 of those coming from no balls. Higgins finished with 2 for 41, Taylor 2 for 90, Price 4 for 72, that's a career best. Warner 2 for 54, and then Charlesworth, Zafar Gohar and Van Buren didn't bowl today. So we'll be back with you at about 5, just before 2 for the resumption of the match. Gloucestershire due to start their first innings in reply to Northants 327 all out. Hopefully the weather will hold. It's a little bit brighter now than it was 10 minutes ago. Join us, if you will, shortly after 2 o'clock when Gloucestershire start their first innings.
Number 10.
there's the answer to the conundrum, as we thought. Terry Blake confirming on the PA as the players return after lunch for the start of this Gloucestershire first innings, that left-handers Hammond and Charlesworth will open the batting. So the belief would be that Chris Dent would probably bat at number 4 in the order, with probably James Bracey at 3, but Van Buren has been having a lot of success this season batting at number 3, so it remains to be seen what happens when the openers are split. Northants, of course, out just before lunch, are all out in their first innings for 327, and here is the, you would argue, the main threat for Northants. Ben Sanderson to open the attack from the Ashley Down Road end. 3 slips in. And he's the leading wicket taker this season. 31 wickets. Not a very long approach. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Ben Charlesworth. And it is Adam Rossington keeping wicket. They've got 3 options who could keep in this match. Northants, Vasconcelos, Gouldstone or skipper Rossington. And it's the captain who's taken the gloves. There are 69 overs left in the day, so Gloucestershire know that they will not have to face a second new ball today. What will Sanderson be able to do with a score of 327 on the board? And we mentioned this at some point during the morning. Probably that's 3 sessions batting, Ed, isn't it? Give or take, possibly even a little over 3 sessions batting, actually.
Yeah,
that sort of score.
You know, it's going to take a lot of the remaining time in the game to achieve parity.
That's what Gloucestershire will look to do in the first instance. And there's a short leg in for Sanderson as well here.
I think it's Gouldstone under the helmet at short leg. There's no number on the back of his shirt, and he's wearing the same, looks as though the same sleeveless shirt he was wearing when he came out to bat.
Sanderson, so you wouldn't call him any more than a fast medium, but he's nicked that, and it's caught at second slip, and straight away Charlesworth goes. It wasn't the pace that did him there, that was just the angle and a tentative prod to second slip. Sharply taken, actually. And first blood to Northants in the first over. And having spent a lot of time with his pads on, James Bracey is going to come back out again straight away. He's going to bat at number 3 with Charlesworth's departure.
Hear a pin drop around the ground as Charlesworth makes his way off, but it was a ball which was outside the off stump, and it was the kind of ball which in the Royal London Cup Charlesworth had played and missed at a few out there, but you would have said, well, it's white ball cricket, you need to put bat to ball, and even if you're just looking to run it down to third man, you know, that's still a shot that you can't just put away. Whereas this time, we went feeling for a ball which was well outside off stump in the first over of a championship innings, with a good new ball bowler bowling at him, and didn't get away with it.
Zabe and Tom Taylor, who took the catch to dismiss Charlesworth. First 2 slips. I'm not sure who the third one is. Sanderson though to Bracey. Just tries to draw him forward.
I think it's Vasconcelos at first slip.
Zabe, yes, Zabe is out at point, isn't he? So that probably is right. Far in from our commentary position, we should get a better idea when they come down this end. Sanderson to Bracey. And that's that go.
Vasconcelos was certainly fielding at first slip last year as well, because he
Emilio Gay, there. I think, at third.
Yep, it is.
So a success for Sanderson in the first over. Charlesworth called at second slip, and the question is, one would assume that it might be Jack White to share the new ball. He's in fact, trotting in from his position at long leg.
It's a pretty typical Ben Sanderson dismissal. I think he doesn't, not necessarily a prodigious mover of the ball, but it just seems to get the ball on that length, which asks the batsman to come forward and drive or feel for a ball outside the off stump. And when I think of Ben Sanderson, it's that kind of wicket that I think of. It's pretty typical of him. So a second over started by White, who bowls to Hammond, rather, who goes forward in defence, playing to the bowler. So Gloucestershire bang under pressure right away. The new opening combination for Gloucestershire, Charlesworth and Hammond not adding a run. Bracey at 3. Yes, we say assumed Dent at 4. What happens after that? It's leg side and flicked by Hammond, and it's parried by the fielder at mid-wicket. Good work to make sure that that wasn't going to go to the boundary. And just the single taken, Simon Kerrigan, the fielder, at mid-wicket. So first run for Gloucestershire, just a little bit straight from Jack White. Hammond with good timing, but was prevented from picking up at least. Would have been 2, 3, maybe even had the legs to go for 4 if it hadn't been parried. White in and bowls. That's left by Bracey. As the ball angles across from over the wicket. Well, they're going to alternate, it seems, in terms of over and round. Ryan Higgins started off against Northants. Left-handed opening combination coming round the wicket straight away. But White starting over. 3 slips in the short leg. White to Bracey, who's defending up towards mid-on.
Very close to the stumps, Jack White. Almost into that, what you called yesterday, the Steve Finn position, where you're at risk of the trailing leg knocking down the stump at the bowler's end.
White in, and Bracey is playing that one with a little more ease out towards mid-off. And just one delivery remaining in this first over from White, who took a couple of wickets in the rather short game, if you can call it that.
It's about an hour and a half, wasn't it?
It was, well, we got the full morning in, I believe, and then it was when they went off for lunch that they didn't come back out again. Here is White, is in, and Bracey defends leg side.
I can remember David Ripley walking out onto the field, and Muran Betsy was the player, I think, who walked off with him, and we couldn't understand at that point. We didn't understand why
we
that
thought
was.
We thought it was trouble when Mazarabani walked off, because he immediately went over to Piero Stobbia, who was Gloucestershire's, I guess, what's it? Is it? It's ground manager. Is that right?
Yeah, venue manager, I think.
So you knew that something was up, and probably up to do with COVID at that point, but it wasn't until lunch when I think there was the general consensus of, right, we probably better stop this just to be on the absolute safe side, especially given that these are two teams who were not in any kind of danger of making the latter stages of the Bob Willis Trophy last season.
Sanderson into his second over from the Ashley Down Road end, and Hammond defends. Proctor and Rob Keogh are at mid-on and mid-off respectively. Proctor might have a bowl later. I would think he's been part of the Northants have got 4 seamers, and he would be in that quartet. Flashed away by Miles Hammond. He's going to get 4 for it, but the way the Northants fielder at backward point flew at that suggested it might have been close, and there's safe save. I mean, he's not the tallest player in the world, and he's seen it go whistling past him. How close he was to that, only he will know, really.
Certainly not a controlled drive from Hammond. It probably wasn't going to go quite as far as the fielder, who's only just behind point, but it could easily have flashed finer than that if he hadn't got as much bat on it as he did.
Sanderson again, and Hammond lets that go. I think the way Hammond batted in adverse circumstances in the latter part of the championship, when he hadn't played in the front end of the season, certainly said he deserved an opportunity in this game. Sanderson stays around the wicket. Oh, that's a beauty. Not taken cleanly by Rossington, but he's almost bowled that like an off break. Beautifully bowled. So around the wicket, not at any great pace really, but he's just got that to just straighten off the angle. Seam looked absolutely gun barrel straight. Here he is again. Oh, a little bit of shape there. Taken by the captain. 94 for Rossington earlier today. He was 66 overnight. Couldn't quite convert it into 100.
It's about 9 strides for Sanderson and in, but he's just quick enough, isn't he?
I say he's a fast medium. You say you wouldn't say he's much quicker than that. And again, a little bit of shape taken by Rossington down the leg side, but Sanderson's got 1 breakthrough already, and because of the pace he bowls, and we know this from the number of overs he bowls, quite long spells are I suspect what Gloucestershire have to expect from him.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a particularly long run up, as we've said, and he's got well, he's got the action of somebody who you would say, it's not that he's not putting anything into it, it's just that it looks very repeatable. Everything that he does, it's very smooth through the crease, and you can see why he's able to bowl very long spells, and he's bowled a substantial number of overs, more than anyone else in the Northants side. White bowls left alone by Bracey. So Sanderson's bowled 300 before this, 328.5 overs.
And Ryan Higgins has most for Gloucestershire, and he's just short of that before
yeah,
this
and
match.
so this is the second number of overs, second most overs bowled by Northants bowlers, Gareth Berg, who's not even bowled 200 overs, and he's only played 2 games fewer, admittedly quite a lot fewer innings, but here's White down the leg side, flicked by Bracey. He'll get off the mark with a... No, he won't get off the mark with a boundary. It's been signalled leg byes, so 9 for 1. Must have been thigh pad rather than bat. Must have been, I thought it sounded quite woody from up here, but it must have been the pad rather than the bat. Paul Ramage very quick to extend the arm out for that pre-signal, so 9 for 1. It's runs nonetheless. Yes, I mean, admittedly there's a difference of 3 innings there between Sanderson and Berg, but it's even taking that into account, it does show you the workhorse that Sanderson is for them, as Bracey goes forward in defence, and back to Jack White, who's playing in just his 2nd game of the county championship season for Northants. Went wicketless in his first, for 122 from 26 overs, his figures from that one. But as I say, 2 wickets last time he bowled here. White is in, and Bracey turns that one towards mid-on, sets off for a quick single, which is well judged. Nothing that the fielder there could do to prevent it. Luke Proctor, the man up at mid-on. So Bracey does get off the mark this time for definite with that single, and it's 10 now for 1. Sanderson with a 10-wicket match haul. That came in that match against Sussex, where he took 5 in both innings, and I think it was Berg who took 4 in the second, 5 in the first. White bowling to Hammond, who drives but doesn't time it. Picked up at extra cover, and there's no run. But Tom Taylor was the bowler who took the 1 wicket out of the 20, not to fall to Sanderson and Berg, but Sanderson in that match picking up 10 of the 31 wickets that he's taken this season, so
he has played in
match for him.
every championship match, so.
In is White to Hammond, who turns leg side but won't pick up a run as it's fielded at mid-wicket. So 5 off the over, just the 1 off the bat. 10 for 1 Gloucestershire after 4 overs. I have to wonder, actually, in terms of, it could have potentially been not just 2 bowlers taking 20 in the match, but both innings, both the 2 bowlers taking 5 each. I have to wonder how often that's happened.
Yeah, as opposed to a 7 and 3,
yeah,
or 6
exactly.
and 4, etc.
Those other combinations you could have.
Don't forget, our email remains open, commentators@glosscc.co.uk. You can, of course, download our free app as well. There's the email address. I'm sure 2 tends to send an email, understandably perhaps at this moment, but you can get in touch with us throughout the commentary. Ed and I will be happy to answer points or float ideas that you may have. Thoughts perhaps on, I think got a duck today, Ben Charlesworth and Dom Goodman getting contract extensions.
It's about the batting lineup. Plenty to talk about there.
Sanderson around the wicket and let go by Bracey outside the off stump. There's the view across the ground towards Kennington Avenue. That view would have had temporary seating in it for the T20. That seating, of course, isn't here now, but a reminder that there is still international cricket to be played here at Bristol this season. England and New Zealand in the women's ODI. That's on the 16th. Nice little nudge from Bracey off hip, and they'll come back for 2. White's return is right by the bails, but Bracey was always looking for 2, and we emphasised this yesterday, that the square boundaries are very long, with this pitch being very central, and therefore there's a lot of opportunities for 2s and 3s. Have you got an email about structure?
There is, yes. So I'll wait till the end of the over and we can use the time there.
Sanderson in again. Just a little bit wider this time, probably 2 stumps outside, probably was a 5th stump line. I think I saw Sanderson first. I watched a game between Northants and Worcestershire up at Northampton, and I don't think I'd seen him live before that day, and just, I say, he is a control is his thing, isn't it?
Yep.
Very much. And again, just a little bit of wobble through the air for him with this new ball. Gloucestershire, remember, replying to Northants 327, in which there was the first 4-wicket haul of his career for Tom Price. Hadn't taken more than 3 in a championship match before this one. It's gone a little bit greyer again overhead. Sanderson continuing around the wicket, and Bracey gets one on his pads, which he can just work down to White. That's gone straight to the fielder though, so there'll only be 1 run. And Gloucestershire have lost Charlesworth already, caught at second slip by Taylor off the 4th ball of Sanderson's first over. And at 13 for 1 is now the Gloucestershire score. Who's been in touch about structure?
Bobson Dugnut.
Ah, yes.
Has been in touch about his idea. So he says North and South conferences, teams play teams in their own conference once, so that's 8 games. Local derby twice, and then 5 lucky dip games versus the other conference teams. Jack White is continuing here, bowling to Bracey, who drives pleasantly down the ground. Just a push, really, nothing more than that. They'll get 2, they'll turn and look for the 3rd. Bracey says, yes please, and makes it. So 3 runs to Bracey, moves him up to 7, so that's 16 for 1.
15 championship matches, not 14 then?
No, it's 14. 8, 5. Oh, sorry, local derby twice. Yes, that was what confused me as well. So it said local derby twice and then +1 in brackets. But I think yes. So local derby games over the May and August bank holiday weekends. That's the next thing. And then the North winners play the South winners at Lords/Radlett for the Bob Willis Trophy. That's left alone by Miles Hammond on a good length outside the stump. I suspect slightly tongue-in-cheek that part, but yes. So in some ways, then you're going to a what? You're going to a showpiece final, deciding your major domestic trophy. Then, because with unless the championship winners then come from the overall winner in terms of most points in North and South, as Hammond squirts that one away through backward point, and Zabe's after it and will haul it in. They're going to turn and look for a 3rd again, but they won't get it this time. Zabe flings the throw in from the deep, and Hammond now joins Bracey on 7. I don't think he meant that to go quite in that region, but he did keep it down, which is the important thing. So 18 for 1 now.
So I suppose I'm just trying to think of our correspondent's train of thought here. 5 extra games would mean that the season is effectively in 3/3 of 5.
White to Hammond, who, well, I'm not sure whether he was, again, entirely knowing exactly where that one had gone, but it went off the inside edge down to short fine leg and then come through for a single.
So what I'm curious to know is, you've got an extra game to fit in, and also you're going to have teams who will play more home games than other teams. So some teams will have 3 home games in the second part, and some will only have 2. Doesn't seem very fair.
White bowls, and Bracey flashes that one on the bounce, and it's stopped terrifically by Zabe at backward point. Saving possibly even 4 there, but certainly at least another couple or 3. So good work from Zabe at backward point.
So I'm just curious as to how our correspondent would argue to a team that was only given 2 home matches, why that was fair when other teams were given 3.
Here comes White and bowls. Bracey works that one straight to mid-wicket.
North and South conferences is a different thought.
Well, yeah, I the one thing that I do find, you know, I've actually always thought that it would be quite fun to have a situation where you have a schedule a bit like the NFL, where you play teams in your division always, so you get the local rivalries, but then you have a kind of a way of ensuring that you get a variety in terms of the teams that you play as well. And then in the NFL, you win your division, and then you go through to the playoffs. Obviously, that wouldn't happen in this situation, but I've always kind of liked that idea, because I'll come back to that after this ball.
Sanderson to continue. And the only way that you could have 5 games later on, and this would, at least the fixtures would work, is that you'd split your North and South into 3 sixes. But I don't know how you do that. I'm just thinking that at the top of my head, so that you then play the other 5 teams in your pool.
So why do you need the extra round later on?
Well, because
we've got the extra game to get
yes.
in. So I guess, yes, we can't start any earlier.
Pushed out by Hammond into the offside, fielded by safe Zabe. It's a 15 rather than a 14, which is what we have this season. That's the thing. Bobson Dugnar, what a great name.
I don't imagine that, and no, judging by the sender's address, which I will not read out on air, might not be his real name.
No, it's probably an anagram. Here's Sanderson in. That's on the pads of Hammond, worked away into the leg side. They'll only take 1. There's a swift bit of work done on the retreat by the fielder at mid-wicket.
Kerrigan. I say, I do like, you know, secretly deep down, I do rather like the idea of this kind of lucky dip part of the schedule, because it's one of the things that I like the most about the conference format, the fact that we're playing different teams.
That's the off stump from Sanderson, not happy with his line there. There was a bit of an utterance as he turned to walk back.
I think, in fact, I would go so far as to say that's the bit that I do like the most
where
with the conferences.
Yeah, so if you were to go back to 2 nines, which is what, you know, some traditions would say, you know, and you play 16 matches, and I think you have to have 3 up and 3 down to keep refreshing it. The danger of that, of course, is that you end up with perhaps some slightly negative cricket towards the end of the season. Sanderson over the wicket and edged and caught. Bracey's walking. Caught by Emilio Gay at 3rd slip. He didn't wait for umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy to put his finger up. And a 2nd wicket for Sanderson. This is his first ball bowled over the wicket. And Bracey drawn forward and equally diving forward Emilio Gay. It didn't bounce out as his elbows hit the floor, and Bracey, I'm afraid, has to go cheaply as well. So Sanderson has got both Charlesworth and Bracey in this opening spell, and Gloucestershire are 20 for 2.
Just nipped away enough to take the outside edge of Bracey, who kind of played down the original line of the ball and then just nipping away. And I think it's typical again of Sanderson, who he just constantly seems to hit that length where it's not quite so full as to be a half volley to be driven, but always you have to come forward quite decisively, and you don't get a huge amount of time to decide what it's doing off the pitch. And if Sanderson's going to get the ball to move off the pitch, then he's going to be a tricky customer to face, and that's been the case so far.
Chris Dent walks out then at number 4, and Bobson's been back in touch actually, but not about the potential structure, but the fact that Gloucestershire had 4 left-handers in the top 4 batting spots in this innings. Feels, he says, like it could be a rare occurrence. That feels like a question for a stato.
Indeed.
All right, where's Andrew Sanson when you want him? So Dent takes strike with Sanderson staying over the wicket. Oh, and he's bowled a beauty first ball there, and Dent's looked down the line at that, and that's a delightful ball to bowl first up, isn't it?
It's pretty much exactly the same as the ball that got rid of Bracey, just Dent hasn't nicked it. I mean, it's a pretty similar line. It's moving away just enough off the pitch, but Dent just not nicking it.
Yeah, this is the dangerous hour for Gloucestershire, you feel. Northants' main strike bowler and a new ball. You've got to negotiate this, having lost 2 of the top 4 already, without any further damage.
Jack White to continue to Hammond, who goes forward and is playing defensively to mid-on. Yeah, well, and from Northants' point of view, they'll be saying, we've got Sanderson going at one end, and we need, or would like, a breakthrough from the other end as well. But White's got off to a decent start here. It's just, from Northants' point of view, they want the dual threat, really. White in, Hammond pushes that one to where mid-off would be, but there is no mid-off, so they'll get a single, that's all, mid-on, having to come across to field. They've got a fielder who's, well, wide mid-off, extra cover, and then a fielder at point. Nobody else, well, nobody in the covers, and also nobody at a conventional mid-off. So there is space for runs to be had into the offside, but equally Gloucester are going to have to take some risks in order to get it from Northants' perspective. Dent leaves this one, his first ball that he's seen from White, and through to the keeper Rossington it goes. Overcast conditions again. There we go, right on cue. That instant the floodlights came on. I was thinking it was beginning to look rather dark out there, and just at that moment the floodlights fired up.
So that's interesting. Yesterday they were not put on until the tea interval at 4:10.
White to Dent, who's in behind that one in defence. I think it's I mean, you could say it's almost a preemptive move then in that case, but if I mean, it's not going to help things as we saw yesterday and as we keep seeing, and it's also not going to help things in terms of the fact that the umpires have already got their reading, which they're now going to use for the rest of the match. So nothing else really matters other than is the level of the light below that level. White in, Dent coming forwards positively, but just pushing it straight to that fielder who's that wide mid-off position, and there's no run there either. And I think obviously it's not that dark at the moment, but Northants will be hoping, especially now that it brightens up later on, they're going to want, I would imagine, no more interruptions today, the rate this is going so far. White in, and Dent was looking possibly to nudge that one into that big gap between point and wide mid-off, but couldn't do so. So just the one off the over. 8 have been bowled in Gloucestershire's reply to Northants 3-2-7. Miles Hammond has 10. He's hit 1 boundary off the bat, and that was not entirely without risk. And Chris Dent in his position at number 4, yet to get off the mark.
Yes, but he's batting 9 overs into the innings, and he would have, even if he'd opened, he'd expected to have been there at that point.
Almost. It's not quite almost, might as well have opened, but it's not far off with Sanderson going like this.
Yeah, the lights do take a little while just to get up to full power. So while they're doing that, Sanderson from this end, and that's edged and caught again by Gay at third slip. Hammond this time, and this third slip position has proved profitable here for Northants, and Sanderson again over the wicket is now on a hat-trick. First ball, is that not correct at first ball of the...
No, he was the second last ball of his last over.
So Dent had 1 to face, but it's the same outcome. And Gloucestershire 21 for 3, and the tall figure of Emilio Gay has seen 2 chances go his way at third slip. And Tom Lace is going to come out now at number 5, with Gloucestershire only having 21 on the board and 3 of the left-handers already out.
Yeah, well, if you looked at the lineup of Gloucestershire's, you might have been forgiven for thinking that batting looked to be the strength in terms of having several players who not only could open the batting, but also several who might be potential number 3s, or even at the very least number 4s. But Sanderson is ripping the middle out of this top order, so to speak. And now it's just a battle for nothing else other than survival, almost. It feels like that at this point. Just try desperately to see off Ben Sanderson. Again, it's just enough pace, it's just enough movement, it's just the right length that he's found, and it doesn't really look as if he's going to deviate from that.
Staying over the wicket then to the right-handed Lace. Just works that into the leg side. They've had the short leg throughout the whole of Sanderson's spell. Yeah, Gouldstone has been, if it's only a distraction, he's been there for that little flick off the pad. So to tempt the batsman into not playing that shot, and as a result squaring them up, and the slips have pouched all 3 chances that have gone their way.
Yeah, that's
2 of them
another
the
part
third
of this,
slip
isn't
as
it?
well. That's the other thing. They've not been the thin edges. They've been the thicker edges. Sanderson's run is yes, it's about that of Ryan Higgins, that sort of length, and he's probably that sort of pace. Bit straighter this time, and Lace defends, but the 2 balls that in particular have resulted in third slip catches, I'm not sure the batsmen have done a lot wrong to those 2, because they've been just so well directed. It's gradually powering up, and that's another gem from Sanderson. You know, you don't want to move the ball too far, and he's just moving it enough here.
It's just ball on a string, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's nipped the ball away considerably off the pitch against the left-handers, and then that one has swung more of a conventional outswing delivery rather than seam movement, moving it away now from the right-hander.
Very impressive spell at the moment, and Lace lets that one go outside the off stump, just a little bit wider. So he's taken 3 for 8 in 5 overs.
And potentially he could bowl 8 overs in the spell.
I would think.
At least even.
I say he has been in a sense, both stock bowler and strike bowler for Northants this summer. And part of that is because it's an economical approach. It doesn't take a lot out of himself, and therefore long spells are possible.
It's a terrific first-class record. He's got 278 wickets at under 21 for his career overall. And actually this season he had been averaging over 30, but in his career, well under that. Here's White continuing, and Dent plays him with relative ease in the forward defence into the cover region.
And the atmospheric conditions have not changed hugely.
No, I mean that's the other thing to say, isn't it?
Overcast throughout the whole match. The lights are on a bit earlier today than they were yesterday. We're not actually very slightly are seeing shadows from the lights.
Yeah. White moves in, bowls to Dent, who dabs offside, but can't quite find that gap to get the single to get off the mark. Zabe springing cap-like from backward point to field. Yeah, I'd noticed those shadows in between overs as well, and I'd thought, well, actually, those shadows aren't far off the shadows when they came out for tea. Oh, sorry, came out after tea yesterday when the floodlights were on and it looked pretty dingy. But no thoughts of even taking a reading yet. White is there, bowls to Dent, and he's got this one away down to where a short fine leg would be, and it is a run to get Dent off the mark. 22 for 3, so White now gets his first opportunity to bowl at a right-hander. Tom Lace taking his guard, which looks as if he's taking middle and off there.
I think certainly Gouldstone was taking off stump when he was.
In fact, he might even be off stump with the angle that Lace has taken there. It's a bit hard to tell exactly because we're just slightly off centre, but it was certainly at least middle and off. Here's Jack White, he's into Lace, and Lace gets this one past the dive of Emilio Gay at third slip, and so Lace will get off the mark with a boundary. White not best pleased, as bowlers never are when they go for a boundary, but especially when they've been angled through third man for 4, but soft hands from Lace, nudging the ball away through the gully region. He tried to do that once before and had dabbed it pretty much straight to second slip, but this time getting the runs that he was looking for. 26 for 3. Gloucestershire still trailing by over 300 even. White bowls, leg stump, and it's flicked aerially just short of the fielder at mid-wicket. That was nearly a very soft dismissal for Tom Lace. And Proctor's the fielder at mid-wicket. It didn't look to have carried, but it was not far off doing so. And for Lace, I think I can remember at least one other instance this season where he's been out clipping the ball through that leg side like that. And I think I've even seen some teams have 2 short mid-wickets for him. Here is White to Lace, who's forward in defence to end over number 10. 26 for 3, Dent 1, Lace 4. Northants all over Gloucestershire here. And the only end in sight at the moment appears to be, if the umpires decide that the light is of a level that's below where it was yesterday, but I mean, it's difficult to tell with the floodlights on, because of course with the floodlights on everything seems bright enough, but there was just a brief discussion there between the umpires, but they may not actually have been. No, they have. That's the light meters. Yeah, you can see the light meter is being brought out now. So, at the very least, looks like we might be getting a reading taken.
I wonder if Steve O'Shaughnessy say he's going to bring the meter up to this end. Just thinking that Lacey's last red ball innings was the 100 he made at Cheltenham in the match against Hampshire. There's the reading. It's okay for the minute. And apart from that, this season he's had a couple of, obviously got a 93 in the win, a 97 in the win over Leicestershire, and also got a half century in the first innings against Surrey. But he's been a summer of, to some degree, starts and then not progression. Sanderson into Dent, who squeezes that out on the offside, but it's straight to Rob Keogh, who does the fielding. Tom Taylor doing some limbering up. I wonder whether that you'd have to think that would be Taylor for White. He wouldn't be getting the ball out of Sanderson's hand at the moment.
Nope, certainly not. It was an innings that century at Cheltenham from Lace at such an important time for him.
Sanderson to Dent. Oh, that's a little bit leg side. He's clipped that straight to Kerrigan at mid-wicket.
It came obviously just before the break, but if he'd gone into the break off the run of very low scores that he had, then he'd have been feeling completely different to going in off the back of what came relatively close to being a match-saving century.
Dent with 3 slips waiting for the edge, and it's gone again off the outside of the edge, the 3rd slip, but it's gone on the bounce this time. And you have to credit Sanderson for his angles here. He's getting really close to the stumps, and accuracy very much the order of the day. Gloucestershire still 301 behind at 26 for 3. Sanderson again to Dent, who gets further across this time and just nudges that out into the leg side. Yes,
looked like that was the in-swinger to the left-hander, the conventional out-swinger to the right-hander. So having been looking to nip the ball away from the left-handers, and that's how he's got all his 3 wickets. That was the one which he just brought back into Chris Dent, and now that is in Chris Dent's mind, along with the delivery which has produced the scalp so far for Sanderson.
Dent moves back into his crease. Yes, after Lace made the 97 in the win over Leicestershire, he then hadn't made more than 31 until that game against Hampshire at Cheltenham. His sequence was 0, 0, 0, 1, 4, 31, 7 and 19 in 8 innings, so he really did need a big score. Sanderson going round the wicket to Dent. Oh, that's dabbed away, steered down towards the smaller of the 2 scoreboards as a chase for the taller figure of Emilio Gay and for safe save, and they'll come back for 3. Long run down to the boundary in front of the club office.
He'll take the runs, Chris Dent, but I think he meant to leave that. He put his bat there as if he wanted maybe to run it down to 3rd man, but then the hands came up afterwards as if he thought, hang on, maybe I shouldn't be playing at this out here. But as I say, he will gladly take the runs.
So Sanderson 3 for 11 from 6. White's bowled 5 overs for 14, but Tom Taylor is going to be coming on.
So
I should say thanks to Bobson for his emails, by the way. And you can get in touch with us, of course, at commentators@glosscc.co.uk. Any further thoughts about improvisation or adaptation of the structure?
So Tom Taylor round the wickets to Chris Dent. Dent leaves. That was close enough to off stump to interest Northants, certainly. And we had a pretty good view to watch it go pretty close to that off stump as well from our angle. Tom Taylor just bowling that one from relatively wide of the crease and angling that one into Chris Dent. Don't think it really swung, just the angle of it, taking it perilously close, at least from this angle. This time it's the one that moves a little away from Taylor, and through it goes to Rossington behind the stumps. Tom Taylor this season is in his 9th match. He's got 16 wickets at basically 33.5, a little over. As I say, Northants have been bowling on a few surfaces which have not been particularly conducive to taking wickets. Tom Taylor in, and that one nips away from Chris Dent. Looks to be a decent amount of swing there, and it's that combination of swing and seam movement that's making it very difficult for Gloucestershire out there at the moment. But you know, as you mentioned, and it's right to mention again, the conditions haven't really changed very much. We've got the floodlights on, which does make a difference, but you know, the floodlights were on for a little while with Rossington and Goldstone batting yesterday, and Gloucestershire couldn't prize those two out. Tom Taylor bowls full and Dent plays softly.
And I would say that the lights were not really on when, or not fully on, when Sanderson was bowling and took his 3 wickets.
Well, no, exactly. I'm just saying, you know, that even if you pointed to the floodlights as being something different, well, not particularly, because of that period where Rossington and Goldstone were batting yesterday evening. So, I mean, admittedly, yes, there wasn't a new ball then, so maybe that's the argument. Tom Taylor bowling to Dent, who pushes forward out towards cover, and there's no run. I mean, clearly it's the combination of the floodlights and the new ball. No, I don't think I buy that, really. I think it just is
very good bowling.
Sanderson in particular has found the absolute perfect spot to hit, and I think, you know, clearly his pace and his accuracy and consistency have brought the rewards that he's got. Tom Taylor bowls another one which is drawing Dent forwards, and he has to play that one from quite low down in terms of getting into a bit of a crouch to defend that one. It's a maiden over for Tom Taylor, so a good start to his spell, nothing loose whatsoever. Gloucestershire 29 for 3 after 12 overs, and an awful lot of work to do still, even just for that first milestone of avoiding the follow-on.
Yes, if you've joined us since we resumed after lunch, just after 2 o'clock, a reminder that because we lost half an hour at the start of the day to a combination of drizzle and bad light, tea will be at a fixed point of 10 minutes past 4, and we expect to go on till 6:30, assuming the light is okay. The floodlights, I say, are already on, but this has been a very good first hour for Northants. Gloucestershire this morning in that morning session, delayed as it was, took the last 5 wickets for 95. Tom Price finishing with 4 wickets in an innings for the first time, and Northants keeper Rossington, who's also the captain, finished with 94. He's already seen his main strike bowler remove Charlesworth for 0, Bracey for 7 and Hammond for 10. And he does look like somebody who's just very happy with his rhythm and the way the ball is coming out of the hand at the moment. Ben Sanderson. Lace waits for him. And again, that's just moving enough off the seam. There's a little bit of wobble in the air. It's quite early, isn't it?
What he's doing to the right-handers is he's bowling outswingers, but I think, look at that one, yeah, I mean, I think that is swing more than seam, but I don't know, to the left-handers it's been seam that's caused the issues. It's almost rather Lace took everything off Sanderson, I think, for Gloucestershire.
That is down the leg side. That's the first one that's really strayed. And he's going to just pick up 2. A long chase for Taylor down at long leg. Not many in the Hammond roof stand today, but there are some in the roof garden, which of course has partially replaced some of the Hammond seating. That was work that was done earlier in the summer. That's the roof terrace, apparently. I stand corrected. Here is Sanderson, almost off a leading edge, and Lace a touch fortunate. Rob Keogh on the chase there. They'll come back for 2, but he was trying to play that into the leg side, and that went off the outside half of the bat. He couldn't be sure where that was going. That was going all over the place in the air, wasn't it?
He didn't swing at that time, and that's, I think, it's hard to say from Tom Lace's point of view what he should have done differently, because the first time that Sanderson's bowled him that delivery.
What comes this time? That's the in-swinger as well. Not quite the same amount of movement, and fielded at mid-wicket. So every delivery is an examination at the moment.
And it's almost as if, you know, you could stand there if you're fielding at mid-off to Sanderson and say, right, bowl me that. Bowl me the in-swinger, bowl me the out-swinger, bowl me one that nips in, bowl me one that nips away, bowl me one that goes straight on. And that you could do it. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 15. That says it all, really. But you know, it's been more than that in terms of, it hasn't just been, whilst his 3 wickets have come with one particular delivery, he's now shown the batsman that he can do anything with the ball he likes. So what are you playing for? And even if you pick which way it's going to swing, how do you know what it's going to do off the pitch? Here's Tom Taylor starting his second over with a short wide ball, which is cut straight to Zabe at backward point. And really, that was as bad a delivery as Northants have bowled probably in their entire innings. There was one down the leg side, which ended up being 4 leg byes for Bracey. But in terms of a really, well, more towards a rank poor delivery, that's about it. The 2 boundaries have come off an outside edge down to third man from Lace and a squirty drive from Hammond wide of point in the air. That's left alone this time by Chris Dent, and so far the difference with Taylor is that he's got basically every ball to swing away from the left-hander, or it's just been purely angle back. He hasn't yet being the key word, shown that, like Sanderson, he's swinging the ball both ways and getting the ball to seam.
And just see that Proctor is down at fine leg. He's just starting to do some limbering up.
Tom Taylor bowls, left alone by Chris Dent, another outswinger. And whilst there is plenty of swing, as long as Chris Dent doesn't play at that ball, he knows that he can leave it and shouldn't encounter too many issues at all. But let me say that you get that short wide ball that Dent got and you don't get runs for it. It must be very hard not to feel like you might not get another chance for a long time to score. Such is the way that it's been. Tom Taylor in, and Dent defending that one out to the fielder at cover, who is Gouldston. So the short leg not in place for Taylor. But I think it's actually been a, even though they haven't bowled a single short ball, the short leg for me, as you pointed out, it's done a job. It really has done a job, and I really like what Rossington and Northants have done by putting that short leg in with the new ball. Tom Taylor bowls full. Dent is to the front foot to defend that one, up to mid-off, and just the one ball remaining in this over. Still no runs
kind of
conceded.
that theory, isn't it, that Taylor's gently perhaps isn't quite the right adjective. He's shown the ball will swing if it's pitched a bit wider. If it pitches a bit straighter, it doesn't.
I know that's probably particularly the case with the right arm bowling round the wicket.
Yeah. So the straighter ones Dent has been able to cope with.
Tom Taylor moves in, bowls. Dent playing that one with an open face of the bat, but straight to backward point, and it is back-to-back maidens from Tom Taylor. But from Gloucestershire's point of view, I think it's, whilst he is keeping the pressure on in terms of the scoreboard, Gloucestershire will think at least they have seen off 2 overs of the new ball from that end. And the light, by the way, has, I think you'd have to say it has got noticeably brighter. It's still not bright out there, but I think there won't be a light meter reading for quite a while.
So Sanderson off after 7 overs, and Luke Proctor is coming on to give Gloucestershire a different challenge. In fact, only 3 wickets this summer in red ball cricket. He's only bowled in 4 games, but pretty experienced operator. Again, no great pace, but would tend to be more of what I would call a back of a length bowler. He wouldn't bowl the same length as Sanderson, but they've still kept the 3 slips in.
Well, the other interesting thing with Proctor now bowling to Lace is that Proctor removed Tom Lace in the Bob Willis Trophy last year.
Here is Proctor right arm over the wicket, quite chest on. Oh, so poorly taken by Rossington. There might have been a bye there, but Gloucestershire don't run for it. The scoreboard tells you they're not going to take any chances at all here. And again, I think Proctor's stock ball with that action of his is to angle the ball in and try and straighten it up, so it's leaving the right-hander. It's quite an open-chested action. That one's just gone on with the arm outside the off stump. Yeah, we're talking about Sanderson being just a good, honest, solid county cricketer. Proctor the same. Obviously was at Lancashire before, but arguably the sort of player who you'd say white ball cricket, sort of made for. No mug with the bat, useful bowler, decent pair of hands in the field.
Yeah, I mean, but he's played, I suppose, far more championship cricket with Northants than he has
I think
white ball cricket, but maybe that says more about Northants being settled for a long time of his tenure anyway in
I think he
batting
wanted a
formula
red ball opportunity when he left Lancashire. This is in again to Lace. It's solid, it's on the spot, but Lace content to defend. He has 8, Dent has 4. 33 for 3 in the 15th. Tells you it's been an hour of struggle for Gloucestershire against the new ball, and particularly from the man who's just been taken out of the attack from this nicely down road end. But Sanderson, after 7 overs, replaced by Luke Proctor, who has started as economically as the man he replaced. Northants do have a spinner, of course. It's in Simon Carrigan in their side. Remains to be seen when and if Adam Rossington decides to use him. Brief sanitisation break, but I think I said a dangerous first hour well, more than dangerous with the way Sanderson was bowling. It was a, you know, for people who just appreciate good cricket, that was just a very high-class spell of fast-medium bowling.
Yeah, there's a kind of spell that you could put together every ball of, and I'll come back to that point after this, as Tom Taylor bowls to Dent, who pushes forward and rolls it up to mid-off, and there's no run. But as the County Championship Twitter feed likes to do, and I actually saw along a different line another one of these videos where you get ball by ball setup of a batsman, and the County Championship had actually reposted a video from when Dale Steyn played for Hampshire. He was setting up Cheteshwar Pujara, and they showed every ball of the setup until the wicket as Tom Taylor in, and Dent this time works it up to mid-on, and there's no run in there either, with Dale Steyn having announced his retirement from all forms of cricket. That was reposted there. But really, that entire spell of Sanderson, you could probably put ball by ball, and you would, as a cricket lover, I think you'd sit there and watch it. Every ball of it. That kind of spell. Tom Taylor in and bowls. Dent pushes forward, and it'll be fielded by Tom Taylor off his own bowling. Dale Steyn announcing his retirement, as I say today. It had been, well, many attempted comebacks over the last few years, some successful. I think right in saying that one of his comebacks was when he overtook Sean Pollock in terms of leading wicket taker for South Africa in Test cricket history, Newlands, if memory serves. One of my absolute favourite bowlers to watch. Tom Taylor in, Dent once again playing in the V, straight to mid-on this time. But if I could pick one fast bowler to watch for the rest of my life, I'd have to say Dale Steyn might be up there in terms of who I might pick. And I had the pleasure of watching Dale Steyn once from square on in a Champions Trophy match at Cardiff. South Africa were playing the West Indies. Just the most incredible sight. Tom Taylor bowls, Dent drives, doesn't put everything into that one, was reaching for it a little bit. Straight to Goldston at cover, and there's still no run off the bowling of Tom Taylor. But in terms of somebody so fluid, so quick through the crease, the explosion of Dale Steyn's action, and yet somehow seemingly so effortless at the same time. I don't think there's been too many bowling actions like that over the history of cricket, because partly because of Dale Steyn's build that it had to be like that, because he's a pretty lean chap and not the tallest either. Taylor switching to over the wicket, that's flayed over the top of the gully region, and Dent picks up 4. So it's taken 18 balls, but Tom Taylor has finally conceded a run. But equally, he'll be saying, well, you didn't know exactly where that one was going, did you, Chris Dent?
It was quite wide, though.
Yes, well, it was the kind of delivery which, you know, the old adage, if you're going to flash at it, flash hard, which is exactly what Dent did. At the same time, if you're Taylor, you'd be saying, well, he could easily have got an outside edge to that if he hadn't been as committed to the shot as he was.
And you know, his view might well have been, it's just a replay of Tom Lace facing Proctor in the last over. And a leave to one that was quite a long way outside the off stump. What will Proctor's direction be like here? On the leg side largely. Straight to Kerrigan at mid-wicket. I mean, Taylor's view may have been that he bowled 2 overs and 5 balls from around the wicket and nothing was happening. So let's just change it up and give the batsman a different picture. The one ball he bowled was loose. Proctor in, and Lace forward played almost into his boot actually, even out on the offside. You can see the shadows now of the players from the floodlights. I wonder how dark it would be if those lights weren't on. It is only 3:15 and we have the lights making quite a difference already. That's worked away by Lace. Past Kerrigan at short mid wicket. It might go all the way to the rope. In fact, it will. It didn't look like it was going to make it, but he's timed that well enough that even with the long boundary and with Kerrigan on the chase, the ball has won the race to the rope.
Yeah, ran away off the practice surfaces, and the only question was whether the one bit of more lush outfield was going to slow it up enough, and it looked as if for one moment it might do, but timed well enough by Tom Lace and a very rare loose delivery.
We got right outside the off stump to play that shot too. Wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing. That's a bit better visually, but straight up to Rob Keogh. Well, he and Kerrigan could both bowl spin for Northants if they wanted to, but at the moment...
And so Zabe.
And Zabe, that's
They're
true.
certainly not short of options. I rather doubt that they will be getting a bowl
Yet. They've got, say, 4 seamers. No ball from Proctor. First one of the Gloucestershire innings. 43 for 3 in reply to 327. Proctor's run is a bustly affair, quite wide of the crease. And again, that's just going on with the arm, and Lace can let that one go. The 3 wickets to fall, all caught in the slips. Charlesworth in the first over at second slip by Tom Taylor, and then Hammond and Bracey both at third slip, all off Sanderson. Lace again can let that go. That's just got a little bit of zip off that delivery from Proctor, a little bit of extra bounce, and he has relieved Sanderson at this Ashley Down Road, and he's bowled 2 overs for 6 runs, and White and Taylor have not looked quite the same threat as of yet at the other end, and I think Taylor's going to go back around the wicket. He's going to stay over the wicket. Oh, he's going to go back around the wicket, in fact, to Dent. And unhappy with that one delivery that was loose at the end of the last over. He probably prefers the option of control, I would suggest.
Tom Taylor in. Dent drives handsomely through the covers, and that's 4. There was anything flashy, slightly fortuitous about the boundary off the last ball of the previous Tom Taylor over, then certainly nothing about that one. And this one was on that length which Rossington in particular tucked into with such regularity. Not an absolute genuine half volley, but only just short of that kind of length. And Dent with the most crisp piece of timing of his innings so far by a stretch. So he's into double figures, 47 for 3. It's Tom Taylor in past the umpire bowls, and Dent drives, finds the same gap, but nothing like the same timing. They'll sprint back for a second run. Dent is far too quick not to make it back for that. 49 for 3.
Just looking at the replay of that last shot, 2 things. One, as soon as he knew he'd played the shot, Dent knew it was going for 4. He just waited in the pose and watched the ball go away to the rope. And the second thing is a gentleman out there who was eating an ice cream as the ball went past the rope.
Was he?
Past through, just finishing off his corn. It doesn't feel like an ice cream sort of day, I must be honest, because there's quite a few spectators, quite well wrapped up.
No. Well, certainly not for me. 49 for 3. Tom Taylor bowling to Dent, who's forward of defence, playing up
Sorry,
to
are you
mid-off.
saying you're not an ice cream person?
Well, actually, no, in general, not so much. But today,
Of all
I
days.
think I might pass, even if it were offered to me by somebody.
Right. So on a day when it's 90 degrees, you might
Might be tempted.
Might be tempted.
Also, the brain at this stage of the day is beginning to get a little frazzled, and I might accidentally talk into my ice cream instead of the microphone, which I know has been done on live BBC television this season by Alex Hartley, as Tom Taylor is in. Dent dabs that one away backward of script, picked up a backward point. Unfortunately, we didn't see it. That was the one disappointment, but it was a rather amusing thing to have have heard.
It was mentioned.
Yes. So, actually, I mean, I suppose we do have headsets here rather than a lip mic, but if I did have a lip mic, it would be a danger of that happening. Tom Taylor to the crease bowl, short top-edged over the top of Rossington and slams into the boundary boards below us. More, I mean, there's applause. I think it's more applause for the 50 which was brought up by that shot, but Chris Dent, he does go hard at those short deliveries, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, he does have a bit of a knack of top-edging them over the keeper and slips. And he picks up 4 for it no matter what, but more fortune as far as Northamptonshire are concerned anyway. Dent to 18, 53 for 3, and for the first time in the innings, runs just beginning to flow a little here. Last ball of this 18th over. Tom Taylor to Dent, who works it straight to mid-wicket, where Jack White is fielding somewhat optimistically in a sun hat. 18 overs gone. It's 53 for 3. Dent 18, Lace 12. And was that Simon Kerrigan just... Yeah, it was just a bit of a warm-up delivery at the crease there. I suspect.
Yeah, Taylor's bowled 4 overs for 14. So
it would seem quite early to turn to Kerrigan, but then at the same time, there were a couple of deliveries from Zafar Gohar which did turn, so maybe they're thinking just get the spinner involved early. And it certainly worked actually in the Bob Willis Trophy match last year, because it was Kerrigan who picked up the 6th wicket to fall just before the lunch break.
Proctor, almost a Yorker, trying to beat the defences of Tom Lace, but that's dug out.
Oh, I should have said the close of play, of course.
As it turned out, yeah. I mean, and obviously, if Kerrigan were introduced at this point, he's got a slightly harder ball to go with as well. So, again, bounce for him may be an added advantage, but creative captaincy, never a bad idea. Proctor into Lace, who's content to defend. Picked up the boundary in the last over from that one delivery, which he is able to work away past square leg. They've got a man down at long leg in front of the smaller of the two scoreboards, and a mid-wicket and a mid-on, so only 3 men on the leg side. Proctor in, that's just gone away off the seam. Lace playing inside the line, but certainly playing at it. I don't think you could say he took his bat away from that.
No, no. I think when we look at the replay here, I mean, it is one of those ones which has almost moved a bit too much, actually.
It's like the leg cutter, isn't it? Proctor got a high stepping run. Bowls, and again just squeezed out on the offside to Zabe by Tom Lace.
Sanderson, of course, picking up all 3 wickets, but I think also in terms of just the overall threat level, that play and a miss can only be added to maybe a couple of others from the other bowlers combined. Just, you know, I think it sort of underlines again that the quality of that spell.
Proctor in, and it does look certainly more comfortable against the other bowlers, and I think we made the point that Sanderson is kind of both stock bowler and strike bowler for Northants. So he's bowled 7 overs at the top of this session with the new ball. That we'd see him again before tea would remain to be seen. Proctor in, edged and caught, and Proctor has a wicket, and Lace, I'm afraid, goes cheaply again. It's caught by Vasconcelos at first slip, and Proctor's drawn Lace forward, and the 4th wicket goes down with Gloucestershire only on 53. And this is a, I don't know to say, is a regulation first slip catch for Vasconcelos, who's quite a diminutive figure, and therefore when the ball falls low as that one did relatively, he hasn't got far to go to take the catch. Safely pouched, and Northants' slip fielding has been more reliable so far than Gloucestershire's in their innings. 53 for 4.
Proctor gets Lace again, second time in 2 innings that he's got him. Was caught in the slips as well last year, and Graham van Buren coming out to the crease now with so much work to do, and we really are now almost at a point where you'd have to say Gloucestershire actually need a partnership just to avoid the follow-on. It's nothing really more than that, with 53 for 4. So many of the batsmen who you'd be wanting to get big scores already back in the pavilion. Graham van Buren has obviously not had the season that he was after in terms of playing time, but in terms of playing quality, it's been excellent, and Gloucestershire need an innings from him badly.
Yeah, only his 3rd red ball game, because he got that unbeaten 100 in the chase to bring off the win against Surrey here earlier in the season. And in fact, Taylor, having bowled 4 overs, has been taken off. We're going to see White return, perhaps earlier than you might have expected.
Yeah. Well, 5 overs up front, not a huge break for him. White to Dent then. Dent clips that one backward of square on the leg side. They are just going to get 1.
Just to pick up on Van Buren, he played 4 matches in the T20, in which he made 82 runs at 27.
Was his strike rate, have you got that there?
Strike rate was 160.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's going to be high.
In the Royal London, he made 202 runs at 33. Strike rate of 83. So
yeah, he made, I think his highest score would have been that innings to help finish off the innings at Beckenham to see Gloucestershire to victory in their final group game, where he batted alongside
51 not out he got.
Chris Dent. White bowling to Van Buren, who's forward in defence, pushing it out into the covers.
So here we are, Dent and Van Buren, and Higgins to follow. They're sort of counter-attackers, aren't they? But the situation, one might argue, would be bold to counter-attack from here.
Yeah, definitely. Having said that, though, Higgins came in at, was it 11 for 4 from memory in that second 11 match. Admittedly, it's a rather different attack than Higgins faced in that one. White bowls short and wide, and Van Buren's, well, he's missed the ball. He's arguably missed out on playing one of his favourite shots, but then at the same time, it would have rather summed things up if Van Buren had somehow managed to get a little toe end on that and it had gone through to the keeper. So probably on balance, better for all concerned that he missed it. Here's White He's there and bowls, and that's beaten Van Buren. And another ball which looks maybe just to have left Graham Van Buren enough. And, well, now, in the last couple of overs, these two are doing to Gloucestershire what Sanderson was doing full on. There's playing and missing with regularity now. And the brief respite that was provided by a couple of boundaries from Chris Dent is far off in the memory now. White bowling, left alone by Van Buren, quite wide from Jack White, but still Van Buren might have been tempted to play at it. Just the one ball left in this 20th over.
Still 49 overs left on the day.
Well, yes, Gloucestershire, if they're batting at the end of the day, whenever that comes, I think, as that's left alone by Van Buren. A bit of a tighter leave, but still a fairly comfortable one for Van Buren. Just the one off the over, 54 for 4. I mean, assuming all those overs do get bowled, which seems like a very big assumption given the current conditions. Well, it would at least be something if Gloucestershire was still there at the end of that, because they'd be probably fairly close to avoiding the follow-on, but, well, it's a long way to go before even thinking about that.
Yep. Just a chat between Rob Keogh, Ben Sanderson and Luke Proctor at the bowler's end. That was a thought about what Proctor might try to Chris Dent, and the answer is that he's going to come around the wicket to the Gloucestershire captain. He wants to try and replicate what Sanderson was doing to the left-handers right at the top of the innings. Proctor steered away by Dent through the gap between the third slip and a very square point. Zabe's on the chase, and they'll come back for a comfortable 2. Kept the 3 slips throughout. Northants, Adam Rossington has been pretty clear that, you know, with 327 on the board, he wants wickets at the top of this innings. Proctor in, Denton lets that go. That one just came back a little bit, not only on the angle, but actually a little bit off the pitch as well. It was a well-judged leave, more on the height than anything else.
Yeah, I think it did actually move a fair bit more after it had passed his off stump. I think it was a little bit further away than perhaps it looked, but still, that late, extravagant movement in, I'm not sure Dent will be leaving that one again.
Dent tries to drive at Proctor, but just dribbles out, as you can see. No more than 18 inches on the leg side. Emilio Gay comes from third slip to pick it up. He's taken 2 chances, both very similar chances to get rid of Hammond and Bracey.
Yeah, and another reason why not to take the third slip out, because taking 2 of the 3 catches to the slips.
Lights now very much on full power. And that's a belter from Proctor. He's bowled Dent. I must confess, I did wonder whether that had just gone absolutely through everything and it had been taken by Rossington, but it's actually bowled him. And it'd be interesting to see this from the other end, but this is Proctor around the wicket. And yes, Rossington's taking evasive action there. That's a beauty from Proctor. And he's accounted for the Gloucestershire captain, and it's 56 for 5.
Bail trimmer, really, wasn't it? Just enough to trim the bails and nothing more between bat and pad from Dent. But you say it was not too far off actually the delivery which Tom Price removed. Was it Goldston earlier on? I think it was straight through his defences. No, it was Rossington, in fact. So gap between bat and pad, and just snuck through. Pardon me, no, it was Higgins, wasn't it? It was Higgins to Goldston, that one. But just perfect deliveries, top of off stump.
And actually the ball before was a good one.
Yeah, it did something fairly similar, but he just, obviously it was just that little bit straighter, so Dent had to play at it and it went straight through him.
I wonder what you're going to ask Cameron. Well, there's a chance of getting a shot from the other end for Dent's dismissal, from the camera at the other end, and we might look at that in an over or two. Thank you, gentlemen. Just to see how far that might have moved.
You're pushing your luck now. Yeah, getting glares from the back of the box now.
He asked politely. I put a polite request. So I'll come back to that in a moment. Proctor then to bowl to Ryan Higgins, who's in at number 7, over the wicket, and Higgins away with a neat clip into the leg side, goes straight to the man at mid wicket. No, I sent out an email that was titled "Polite Inquiry" to someone on what's today? Tuesday. I think it was Saturday. Had a reply today in the affirmative. So
having been left in suspense for all those days.
Yeah, but often it is the way if you're asking a favour, a polite favour of somebody, it is about the way you put the request in. Sometimes I always think. Here's Proctor into Higgins, who tries to drive down the ground, but it's fielded by Proctor off his own bowling. Yes, he's called Procky as well. You see, quite appropriate, really, given where we're doing this game from, and the number of times that he would have been referred to as that on this ground. 56 for 5, Gloucestershire, in reply to Northants 327. This is the earlier dismissal of Tom Lace, caught at first slip by Vasconcelos, first of Proctor's 2 wickets, and his figures now 2 for 8 from 4 overs.
Yeah, and having, in his first couple of overs, looked as though Gloucestershire might have been seeing him a little bit better, but not as it's turned out. White into his next over, bowling to Van Buren, who's forward and nudging into the covers, doesn't pick up a run. Earlier on I was talking about the slip catches, and I said 2 out of 3. I mean, of course there were 4 at the time, but it's the dismissal of Tom Lace has gone down as caught by the wicketkeeper, which I just saw right before I said it, and I thought this is the stage of brain frazzling that I was talking about earlier on, and I thought, have I completely misremembered that from only a few moments ago? But
I think our dear friends at the website will be trying to change that at the moment.
Van Buren is once again forward in defence, playing it up towards extra cover. And White, 6.2 overs for 15. It's just, whilst I think before the couple of wickets that Proctor took, the point was valid for a bit of time, that they did appear not to be carrying quite the same threat consistently as Sanderson. What they all done though is they've kept the runs down, as that one forces Van Buren to play off the back foot this time. He's in behind that one again and playing it one out towards cover, and Gloucestershire have been in this kind of situation a few times this season, probably more so against the spinners than the seamers, but last season several times where it, you just actually wondered just sometimes where's the next run coming from, because just facing the consistent threat of seam from both ends and change bowlers coming on and backing up opening bowlers as Van Buren leaves alone outside off.
And actually,
and here we are again.
If you look at so 2 things about that. Number 1, all the wickets have fallen from the same end. Sanderson and Proctor have all taken them from the Ashley Down Road end. And the Northants economy rates across the summer for their red ball bowlers, all pretty good amongst their main bowlers. Funny enough, with the exception, you might argue, of Nathan Buck, who isn't actually playing in this match.
Here's White. in and bowls, and a rising delivery. Van Buren thought about having a jab at it. He was well away from it in the end, but that's more of a fast bowler's type delivery, that one, just on that kind of more nasty length.
I mean, we have spoken before, we certainly did last year, about the fact that sometimes at Bristol you get what you might call new ball wickets, where if the new ball doesn't do the damage, you find it very hard to take wickets.
White bowls, Van Buren drives, but gets it off more of the inner half of the bat than he might have liked, but turning in his hand, and it goes straight to mid-off. It's another maiden over. That's the first for Jack White, 56 for 5 after 22.
So here I think we have a replay of Dent's dismissal from the other end. Oh, and it literally is. It's actually just trimmed the top of the off bail. Really, really good delivery, that. Yes, it's gone through, but Dent might well look at that and say, I've got a jaffer there.
Somehow it looks extremely fast. I mean, probably because of the way Dent's played it as well, but whew.
Proctor's going to continue to Higgins, and obviously Northants were 5 down relatively cheaply, not as cheaply as this, but they then put together a good stand between Goulston and Rossington, and that's what Van Buren and Higgins have to do here.
I mean, somehow it looks like it was a sort of 85-mile-an-hour delivery from the reverse angle.
Proctor again in, and again that's just beaten. Higgins, he's played at it, and Northants are exploiting these conditions. Maybe they just have the bowlers with the right approach, the right pace. I suspect that both, certainly Warner would be quicker than Proctor. Here he is again. Almost, actually, he and Sanderson, if anything, which you might describe as a bit more skiddy bowlers than more of a Price type, whereas Matt Taylor and Jared Warner both would be bowlers who hit the pitch a bit harder.
Yeah, certainly, particularly in Warner's case, yeah.
But Proctor is, say, skidding these through, and once again Higgins has to defend. He will be, I'm sure, having not had much cricket in the 100, and I get your point about the fact that it was a second team game, but to get 100 and to get a big 100,
certainly couldn't take that away from
never does anyone's batting confidence any harm.
Exactly.
Proctor again off about 9 strides in a very short ball, trying to tempt Higgins, and he was tempted. He tried to pull it into the Kennington Avenue car park and got nowhere near it. That's the one for the over, says umpire O'Shaughnessy.
He tried to pull that from a long way outside off stump, hasn't he? If you try to pull, I mean, let's have a look at where this is in terms of line, and it's it's well away from his body.
It's got a long way outside off stump, that's for sure. Still the 3 slips. And this occasion, Higgins forced to play it up to Sanderson at mid-on. The ball dribbles slowly to him, and Northants have a grip on things here, which Van Buren and Higgins have to show some patience to try and get it back Gloucestershire's way. 56 for 5. Dent made 21, and Lace 12, Hammond 10, Bracey and Charlesworth single figure scores both out to Sanderson in his opening spell. But Proctor's come on and really backed Sanderson up from this Ashley Down Road end with 2 wickets of his own.
Jack White looking to take the first Northants wicket from the pavilion end. Here he is, and bowls. It's wide and cut by Van Buren, but forced to turn back into his crease as there's no run. So fielding's done by Safe Zabe at backward point.
Should just tell you that when we started at 11 o'clock this morning, the distant view over the pavilion, we're at the opposite end of the pavilion, was very murky indeed. I would say that is a very clear sky now, clear in terms of no low cloud at all.
White charges in, bowls, Van Buren forward again and defending to cover. I still do wonder though in terms of the light, because I think when you think about what it's going to be like after tea.
It's this statement, isn't it, about the fact the natural light cannot overtake the artificial light cannot overtake the natural light.
The floodlights can only enhance, cannot replace, yeah. And already we are seeing those shadows back again. Not that pronounced, but they are there. White 2, Van Buren, that's left, outside the off stump. I mean, the other thing, though, to be said about it is that I'm not saying this at all from a point of view of thinking that if Gloucestershire went off, things would get any easier for them if they were to come out, say, tomorrow morning and face the likes of Sanderson again in what are still likely to be very bowler-friendly conditions.
Very similar.
It's not going to do anything really at this point, with Northants having already grabbed 5 wickets. White bowls, Van Buren leaves, ball which was angled in, didn't nip away at all. But
I think the yelp there was an optimistic one from behind the stumps.
It's still a pretty comfortable leave. There's been an awful lot of pitch prodding over the course of this innings, I suppose, as you might normally expect to see when the side is up against it at this point and the ball is talking out there. White 2, Van Buren forced off the back foot, and there'll be runs and a cheer. I'm not quite sure how ironic that cheer was. Dive on the boundary, is able to stop the ball. Good work from Goldston, especially considering he had the pads on there. Still had the pads on from when he was fielding at short leg, and Van Buren off the mark with a 3. A nice forcing drive off the back foot, and Gloucestershire 59 for 5.
Just a thought about one of the matches in the top division. Might give you the scores from around the country in a moment. Notts got 448 against Somerset at Taunton. Luke Fletcher last out.
White bowling to Higgins, and no shot. Through to Rossington it goes.
Reminder
it's
that
the end of the 24th over. Yeah, 56 for 5. Gloucestershire still trail by 271 runs. Pardon me, it's 59 for 5, in fact.
Umpires, I might just going to go and have a reading, I think, from the stumps at the pavilion end. One of the bails is removed, and Steve O'Shaughnessy put the meter reading on. Okay at the moment. So Tom Taylor to continue. A reminder, of course, that in this group, which is notionally being called Division 2, the Durham-Surrey game is off. The other match is at Cardiff between Glamorgan and Essex, where Glamorgan were bowled out cheaply yesterday. I say that's because Taylor is on at this end. We ought to update you on the scores just as things are, because a lot of games will be actually going to tea around about now.
Yeah, indeed, that one that you just mentioned is at tea between Glamorgan and Essex.
So Taylor replaces Proctor, so first bowl for him from this Ashley Down Road end. That's outside the off stump, and it goes through.
So Glamorgan 134 all out yesterday. Essex have just been bowled out on the stroke of tea for 320, so that's a lead of 186. Century for Nick Brown, 63 for Michael Pepper, and Shane Snater, who took 6 for 39 with the ball, has made 48 with the bat as well.
Handy game for him. Taylor, a straight approach, still with 3 slips in, and that's let go by Van Buren.
I mean, that's such a typical Essex kind of scoreline, isn't it? From when they were winning, well, championships, Bob Willis trophies, etc. Not, of course, in the top division this year, but that's just what they do to sides. They bowl them out for 170 or less. Don't necessarily pile up a huge score in reply, but just get a very handy lead. And then another innings of under 200 makes it a very simple chase in the 4th innings.
Throw the ball to Simon Harmer, generally is the rule. Taylor in. That's a nice shot from Van Buren. That's away through extra cover for 4. I need to chase that. He's timed that really well. Taylor's just put it in the slot for the cover drive. And that's... And
it's a Graham Van Buren chant going on.
It's full enough and wide enough that he can punch that away stylishly. And Van Buren up to 7. So that's it. The Morgan game is the one other game in this group. 1 or 2 of the others are progressing quite quickly, actually.
Indeed.
Notably the one at Leicester, we might come to that in a minute. Here's Taylor to Van Buren again. That's a little dab out on the offside to Zabe at point.
In fact, several of the Division 1 games have moved on quite considerably. In fact, I think you could say all 3 of them, with Hampshire 93 for 4 in reply to Yorkshire's 243. So Yorkshire, their top scorer was Dom Bess, who made 54. I saw he was absolutely castled by Keith Barker. There were stumps all over the place, but he made 54, Yorkshire 243.
Here's Taylor again to Van Buren, who defends.
3 wickets each for Abbott and Wheel. Mason Crane picked up a couple of wickets and came on to finish off the tail, basically. And in reply, Hampshire 93 for 5, in fact. And James Vince made 49. They were 1 for 2 after 9 balls, but 2 wickets each for Ben Code and Matthew Fisher. Dom Bess has picked up the wicket of Tom Alsop as well. That's just happened.
63 for 5 here, Gloucestershire. Taylor again pitches that up, and Van Buren's treated that the same way as the bowling earlier in the over. It's gone a little bit squarer, but it's the same outcome, and he's timed that really well. And Taylor's return from the Ashley Down Road end has proved expensive so far. Almost in the same place, delivery almost half fully, not quite, but Van Buren's eyes lit up, and he's creamed Taylor away through extra cover for 2 boundaries in that over.
Quite similar to what Rossington was doing, and you just wonder, is it just a confidence thing, or is it showing you that maybe Gloucestershire actually bowled almost too full at times? Which is it? I don't know, to be honest. I'm sure you could argue it's a bit of both, but...
Or that Taylor doesn't move the ball as much as either Proctor or Sanderson.
Yeah, it could also be the individuals in the attack as well. Yeah. Higgins to face. He has yet to get off the mark. And here's White in and bowling to him. That's carved away in another terrific bit of fielding by Saif Zabe at backward point. And that certainly saved runs, maybe even 4 of them, because in fact I think it would have been Zabe just tipping his cap to the bowler, or doffing his cap I should say, rather than tipping it. So more good work from him. He saved a couple of potential boundaries there. Warwickshire versus Lancashire. Warwickshire 3-7-1 all out in the end. White here to Higgins, who carves that one away. It's half stopped this time by Goldston. Still pretty decent work to get hands to it, but it's going to allow Higgins to get off the mark. 68 for 5. So Warwickshire 3-7-1 all out, which, given that they were 244 for 2, Lancashire have pulled that back considerably. 4 wickets for Saqib Mahmood, 3 each for Tom Bailey and Matt Parkinson. In goes White, and Van Buren covers up in defence. Lancashire, in reply, however, already lost their first wicket. Liam Norwell trapping George Balderson, LBW, without scoring, but Lancashire are without Keaton Jennings in that match, so Balderson opening up with Luke Wells. So Warwickshire still on top despite a bit of a collapse recently. White to Van Buren, who forces off the back foot. They're going to take a quick single, and Zabe, as good as he's been at backward point, he couldn't quite pick that one up cleanly, and it would have been a miraculous piece of fielding, I think, had he affected the run out anyway, so a decent single taken. 69 for 5. Meanwhile at Taunton, they're at tee there, not 448 all out in the end. A century for Liam Patterson-White, 101 made off 121 balls. He was going along at well over a run a ball for quite a while. Jack White into Higgins, who clips leg side. They thought about a single there, but it certainly wasn't there. And
so he was batting at number 8.
Yeah, and so I mean, pretty much everybody scored runs there, apart from 1 and 11. But then Patterson's finished not out at 11. So Slater at 3. Sorry, Slater, not Slater at 3. Slater opening the batting, he scored 3. He's the only batsman not to reach 20 that was dismissed. 24, the second lowest score of the men out from Duckett, his opening partner. That's driven down the ground, and Higgins looks disconsolately back towards Jack White, who's just saved 4 runs with the hand off his own bowling. 2 runs off the over, 69 for 5. So, yes, that's century from Patterson-White, but 50s for Joe Clark, that was yesterday. But also for Luke Fletcher at number 10. He made 51. And useful contributions, as I said, from several others as well. Somerset, in reply, have already lost their first wicket. And it's Luke Fletcher who's taken it. Stephen Davies trapped LBW for 1. There's the scores in Division 1. Meanwhile, in Division 3, that match you mentioned between Leicestershire and Kent. Kent 232 all out. Leicestershire just managing 109 in reply.
Here's Tom Taylor with 15 minutes to go, just under 15 minutes to go until tea. And a single to Van Buren out into the covers.
A team bowling performance there from Kent, 3 wickets each for Matt Milnes, Grant Stewart, and also the left-arm spinner James Logan. And Kent in their second innings, 148 for 5 with a lead of 271.
Yeah, Kerrigan's doing some limbering up here, so we may see a couple of overs from him before the break, you would think.
It's actually raining at Grace Road.
They've had bad light at Worcester too. Punched down the ground again by Higgins. A poor throw from Sanderson was a long way wide of a potential direct hit, probably 4 or 5 yards wide actually. He wasn't that far from the stumps, but having run around the ball to get it into his right hand, got his angles badly wrong on the throw. I think we'll see Sanderson again straight after tea. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, I would imagine so. It would have been a sizable break for him. No reason why you wouldn't get him straight back on, especially with the batsman having to start again as well.
Taylor over the wicket and steered on the 3rd bounce out to Zabe. Taylor's been by far the most expensive of the Northants bowlers, chiefly because of the last over where he conceded 2 boundaries. Sanderson 3 for 15 from 7, White 0 for 20 from 9, Proctor 2 for 8 from 5, and this is Taylor's 6th over, 0 for 24 at the moment. Everybody else down under 2 1/4 runs and over. Again, that's driven, but this time straight to Rob Keogh at mid-on. Understandably, no third man for Northants with 5 wickets down. That last ball was a no ball. I say I did see a tweet say they had some bad light at Worcester, so I think they are currently playing there.
Yes, they are. Yeah, Sussex 264 all out. Worcestershire 170 for 4 in reply.
Taylor in, that's let go by Van Buren.
I would give you some standout performers, but there's not actually a huge amount to talk about
No,
there in terms of Worcester's reply.
And
anyway,
of course, I'm sure I'm saying this. Worcester is the only ground now without permanent lights.
yes, I think you're right. Yes, in fact, there is one standout performer in terms of a combination of bat and ball. It's the
Jack Leach,
Jack Carson for Sussex. Another left-arm spinner. He made 87 of 113, 10 fours, 4 sixes in Sussex's innings.
Taylor in again, and once more Van Buren defends. I just could see the name of Leach frequently on that card.
Yes, Joe Leach. Oh yes, Joe Leach took 5 for 68 overall. So yes, I should mention that as well. And particularly in Worcestershire's reply, not a massive amount to talk about. Daniel Ibrahim 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 9. So those are pretty decent figures. And Jack Haynes, the top scorer for Worcestershire with 47, but Worcestershire trailing by just 90 with 5 wickets in hand. Interestingly set up.
Gloucestershire 73 for 5 here. And that's driven down the ground. It's a lovely shot from Van Buren. That'll be a straight 4. Through mid-off, through a straight mid-off, and to the rope in front of the apartments. Well, it was the 6th wicket pair that got Northants out of a pretty sticky situation. 147 for 5 they were at one stage. And Van Buren, even though I say we're 10 minutes from tea, couldn't resist the concept of a full ball which he could straight drive for 4.
Several of those in the last couple of overs really off Taylor. A lot of drives being got away off his bowling. Even a couple of the ones which just went for singles were well timed. But, well, I suppose from Gloucestershire's point of view, the rate they've gone the last few overs, they might not want to go off actually. They might be quite happy just to continue going, but it's going to be a very different proposition after tea, and who knows, Northants may yet prize one of these two out before the break, and still going to have to keep their eye on the ball, as it were. That's clipped by Higgins down towards fine leg. It'll just be a single as Sanderson gets the throw in off the ropes. Higgins up to 378 for 5. I mean, again, you just don't, having got away a lot of drives off deliveries which were there to drive, you would not want that to lead to overconfidence in terms of driving a ball that's nowhere near a half volley and you nick off to the slips.
Mention it quietly, 100 to avoid the follow-on.
Here's White, he bowls. Van Buren is forward in defence, picked up at extra cover by Goldston. There was one score which I didn't mention, and that's the match between Middlesex and Derbyshire, where yesterday Robbie White scored his maiden first-class century. Middlesex 282, and in reply Derbyshire 129 for 6. 3 for Murtagh, 2 for Bamber, 1 for Anderson. Jack White bowling, and onto the pads of Van Buren, but he's got it well in front of square and picks out mid-wicket. Be a little annoyed that he's picked out that field there, because there's nobody else saving the single on the leg side other than mid-on. Big gap at square leg, but he just worked it a little in front of square. Leos Deploy has scored 65. He's unbeaten for Derbyshire. It's an odd-looking scorecard, that. White to Van Buren, who's playing that one off the back foot into the leg side, no run. But lots of single-figure scores. 3 batsmen in a row making 5. And then both Deploy and Anuj Dal unbeaten at the moment, having put on a handy partnership of 54. Here is White into Van Buren, who's forward, and just this time checking the drive up towards mid-off, and no run there either. So probably one more over from Jack White to come before the tea break, unless they're especially slow about the next one. I suspect they'll probably just about get it in with 5 minutes to go. Here is White in and left by Van Buren off a good length. So 28 gone, 78 for 5, 17 to Van Buren, 3 to Higgins. No thoughts of the light meter being brought out again yet, but things continue to be rather gloomy at the moment, and also from a Gloucestershire outlook.
You would think it's possible that the first thing they do when they come out after tea might be to put the light meter on to take a reading, because in 20 minutes it might alter. Doesn't look like doing that at the moment, it must be said, but I hope it doesn't. There's still potentially going to be 38 overs to go after tea. It'd be doing very well to get all those in. And Taylor starts his last over before tea. Higgins hasn't had a lot of the strike actually since he's been out there. Half an hour for his 3, but so he's not had a lot of strike.
It sort of feels as if he's played more shots than you'd expect a batsman to be on 3 with having played. It feels as if he's played quite a lot of shots straight to fielders in his innings so far.
Taylor into him, and he's content to defend. 78 for 5 in reply to 327, gives you the deficit of 249, as you can see on your screen. These two added 22 so far for the 6th wicket. Taylor in, oh, that's a good delivery. That's beaten Higgins, who played for the one that went on with the arm, and it just did enough to beat the outside edge.
Just a little bit further back of a length, and you certainly couldn't be driving that one. Higgins is on the walk a little bit forwards, but I think possibly that's more the length for Tom Taylor.
Staying over the wicket, and not timed by Higgins, straight up to Rob Keogh at mid-off.
I think again there, not timed, because it was nowhere near a half volley and we're still looking to drive.
Kerrigan's going through some extravagant limbering up. I don't know whether
he does fancy the 1 over.
Perhaps he's going to be given the notional 1 over for the spinner. Taylor in, again punched to mid-off by Higgins, no run. There'll be 2 balls still to go in the over. Gloucestershire wanted to slow things up. They might just be able to avoid the extra over, but we'll see. Higgins waits again for Taylor. Again, the only thought at this point is to see off the end of the over, and I think we are going to see Kerrigan.
Yep, a helmet being brought out for Rossington and another for Goldston, so we'll have a close catcher in somewhere. You suspect a short leg, but who knows? Maybe he's going to field somewhere different. And Kerrigan, who it wasn't actually just the one over that he bowled before the lunch break last year. He did have a second over, but it was 4 balls into that second over that the 6th wicket was taken before the session break. So Gloucestershire will be hoping the eerie similarity is not made to be so by Van Buren negotiating this last over before the tea break. Kerrigan with his slow left armers. It is going to be the slip and the short leg. There's a fielder out on the cover boundary rope and one at deep backward square leg as Van Buren goes forward and nudges that one just wide of Goldston under the helmet at short leg. Who'd be a spinner in English conditions in general, really? 1 over to do something, and then even if you do take the wicket, you won't be back on after the session break. That's a low full toss this time by Kerrigan, which has found the bottom of Graham Van Buren's bat, and he's clipped it straight to White at mid-wicket. Kerrigan there, bowling. Van Buren on the front foot. A few murmurs of interest because I think that may actually have gone off the inside edge and onto the pad but rolled forwards. Here's Kerrigan, and Van Buren brought forwards once more, playing this one much more solidly back up the pitch. 2 balls remaining in this over. There's Kerrigan in and bowls. I thought that was going to be a little bit over pitch, but actually again kind of squeezed by Van Buren rather than played with absolute control. And here is the last ball of the session. Flighted delivery. Nice delivery from Kerrigan, although I suppose once again it was maybe, if you're being ultra picky, a little bit over pitch, but it did have nice flight on it, and so that's a maiden over from Simon Kerrigan. 30 overs of this Gloucestershire innings bowled, and we go off for tea with Gloucestershire in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, 78 for 5, definitely Northants session, both in terms of economy and in terms of wickets, and it really started with a fine spell from Ben Sanderson, who removed Charlesworth, Bracey and Hammond in his opening spell of 7 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 15. Luke Proctor continued that good work with the dismissal of Tom Lace, and then he bowled Chris Dent with probably the best ball of the day. Dent out for 21. That left Gloucestershire at 56 for 5. They are 78 for 5 at tea. They need another 100 to avoid the follow-on. Van Buren has 17 and Higgins has 3. Sanderson 3 for 15 and Proctor 2 for 8. The wicket takers. White was economical, Taylor the most expensive, and Kerrigan just with that 1 over before tea. But earlier in the day, Northants made 327. They added 95 for their remaining 5 wickets today, and Adam Rossington finally out for 94. The top scorer, Harry Goulston, with him overnight, made 43, and Tom Price finished with 4 for 72. Matt Taylor 2 for 90, Jared Warner 2 for 54, and Ryan Higgins 2 for 41. Play should resume, light permitting we should say, just after 4:30. Join us again then with Gloucestershire in a rearguard action position at 78 for 5, still trailing overall here against Northants by 249.
Division 3.
Well, welcome back to the Bristol County Ground. Players on their way for the post-tee session. There are 38 overs remaining in the day, but if you've just seen the umpires both take a reading from both ends regarding the light, and this was the period yesterday where we only had about another half an hour's cricket at this point, so it'll be interesting to see how long we get today. Hopefully longer than that, hopefully. And no surprise that Ben Sanderson, I think, is going to open up from this Ashley Down road end after tea. We had a very good spell early on with the new ball. It really made a bit of a mess of the Gloucestershire top order. And the deficit is still 249, as you can see on your screen. And Van Buren and Higgins, the Gloucestershire 6th wicket pair. We assume Zafar Gohar will bat at number 8. And then Price, Taylor and Warner the bowlers, but important phase here with Danger Man Sanderson back into the attack, and just a loosener outside the off stump, but even that wasn't a dreadful delivery to start with.
No, just I suppose in comparison to most of the deliveries that we saw in his first 7 overs, it's just a little bit wide enough, yeah, allowing Higgins to leave it quite comfortably, and maybe just not quite on that same length that he was able to hit in his first 7.
So Van Buren at the non-strikers end has 17, and Higgins just 3 runs at the moment. Sanderson to bowl to him, and he gets solidly in line with that. Northants keeping the 3 slips in, and that's been a relevant point for them because they've had 2 catches taken at 3rd slip, and 1 at 2nd and 1 at 1st. So Emilio Gay in particular at 3rd slip, with the 2 low chances taken in Sanderson's first spell. Here he is again over the wicket to Higgins. The usual banter that you get, the usual shouting that you get from the fielding side.
Yeah, Ryan Higgins had a long chat with the slip cordon as he was waiting to face this over. If he could just have the stump microphone in, it didn't necessarily have to be broadcast, but we could enjoy it.
Bearded Sanderson back at the end of his run. It's a bit straighter, just coming in a little, fielded by Luke Proctor, who, as Ed said at the time, the delivery that he bowled Chris Dent with around the wicket in his spell from this Ashley Down road end looked actually a quicker delivery than we suspect it was, but unless it really did zip, but there was no indication that Proctor was going to produce an absolute perler, which he definitely did. Very little Chris Dent could do about that. Literally just trimmed the off bail in from Sanderson. At the moment he's just a bit back of a length at the moment, not quite as full as he was in his first spell.
Higgins walking about his crease, trying to get on top of Sanderson somehow. You just can't imagine Higgins ever wanting to feel like he's behind in the kind of whether it's him bowling to somebody or whether he's batting against somebody. He just doesn't want to feel like he's not being the proactive one.
Sanderson in this first over after tea, again Higgins defends, so in a way quite a defensive over from Sanderson. He just wanted to get back into his rhythm by the looks of things, not quite bowling as full as he was with the new ball, but a maiden to get us going, and it will be Proctor in fact from the other end, and that perhaps isn't a surprise either.
No, I guess the only question was whether Proctor wanted that end, but considering Jack White had a fairly lengthy spell, well, I say it wasn't lengthy, it was just bowled two 5-over spells, but they weren't separated by that much, and Tom Taylor likewise, he bowled 7 overs, but split across both ends, so neither of them have had a huge amount of a break, and now it looks as if we're going to take another reading. We took the last reading 4 minutes ago, and now we're going to have another one. It's got to be said that to me anyway, now that the players are out there, the reflections off the players' shirts, it just somehow it looks far more like the floodlights are having more of an effect than they did when they went off yesterday. It's bizarre, and I'm not that I'm questioning the light meters for one moment. It's just it really looks almost like a day-night match here at the moment as Proctor bowls to Van Buren, who goes back and defends with a bit of a jump, but as we know from watching Van Buren a fair bit, that doesn't necessarily mean that he was in a huge amount of bother. It's just how he plays it sometimes.
And just looking at the shadows from the lights on the Kennington Avenue side, there are shadows of the players.
There are. Proctor bowls. Van Buren forces that one off the back foot. Oh, it's managed to sneak underneath the attempted stop of the fielder at cover. It's Simon Kerrigan who's there, and he heard about that from some of the fielders around him, but it didn't prove costly at all. Ball was not travelling particularly hard. Proctor in and bowls, and comes back towards Van Buren and worked her way up to mid-on. Jack White still fielding in that sun hat. I don't know whether that means that he doesn't have one of those Northants caps, or whether he just likes the feel of the sun hat, so he just wears it anyway. But
so here's the question. I don't know the answer to this because...
Oh dear, I probably won't either.
We'll come back to that after this.
Here's Proctor, he bowls. Van Buren tries to dab down towards third man, almost a one-day style shot there. It's picked up at third slip.
Shame, I know. Is it a standard policy across all the county teams to give your player the county cap on their debut? Because no. Kieran Carlson got his Glamorgan cap this week.
No, in fact, I would say that Gloucestershire are almost an outlier.
So maybe that Jack White doesn't have is not capped yet by Northants.
Well, yeah, but you still get a cap, though, don't you? I mean, you know, here's Proctor, he bowls to Van Buren, that angles in towards middle and leg and worked straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But, yeah, I mean, in terms of how other counties do it, there's not many others that award the, as it were, the county cap straight away, is there? I mean, I'm trying to think of, you know, normally the county cap is something which is
worked for.
Yes, something after a lot of years. Proctor in, defensively played by Van Buren towards mid-off, maiden over, 78 for 5. The total remains after Proctor's first over after the tea break. And I'm sure there's at least one more that does it that way, but most of them, I would say, do it in terms of
performance.
Yes, so I mean, I tell you the capped players, the players who have been awarded a county cap for Northamptonshire: Josh Cobb, Rob Keogh, Richard Levy, Luke Proctor, Adam Rossington, Ricardo Vasconcelos and Ben Sanderson.
So 7 and 4 the split in this team. Here is Sanderson with the lights on, and worked away by Higgins behind square on the leg side. They'll come back for 2 because there is a chase for both White and Zabe to get to the ball. 80 for 5, the Northants total, remember, 327. They were out 5 minutes before the scheduled lunch, so lunch was taken at the 4 of the final wicket in their first innings. And here are Gloucestershire, really backed into a corner here by Sanderson and Proctor. So can this pair do what Gouldston and Rossington did for Northants, the 6th wicket, using his feet this time? Higgins, and doesn't time it, it goes on the bounce to Rob Keogh at mid-off. Comes back to your point about not wanting to be bowled too.
No, exactly. He's going to go for a walkabout. At times he's going to try and put the pressure back on to Sanderson, and also probably thinking about that delivery that he bowled to Rossington earlier on, which was slapped over mid-off for 4 to the first over with the second new ball.
Sanderson again to Higgins, and again uses his feet, trying to disrupt the Sanderson rhythm.
And actually, at least so far, he seems to have managed to do that, because Sanderson, I think, is feeling like he's got to drag his length back because Higgins is coming at him, and he's almost dragging it back a little bit too far at the moment.
Sort of a thought from Higgins here of trying to quell any movement by his foot movement. That's neatly worked away by Higgins. That may go all the way for 4. There's a long chase for White. He might just about haul it in. He does stop it just inside the rope, and they'll come back for 3. There's a big gap on the leg side, so Higgins knew that was a relatively safe stroke.
And this time he didn't come down the pitch either. Kind of bluffed as if to come down the pitch and then stayed where he was.
Sanderson doesn't have anybody between long leg and mid-wicket. And Van Buren now waits to face him again. That's a bit straighter. If anything, he's gone a little bit leg side with his deliveries in this over. Not quite got the radar in the right place yet. Vasconcelos, Taylor and Gay, you can see in the slips. Once again, Van Buren, having played a couple of very nice off drives off Taylor, being very respectful for Sanderson. It's a slightly different approach from him. He has 17 in just under an hour's batting, and Higgins has 8. He's been there just over 45 minutes. So these two trying their best to steady the ship, and I think it needs to be predictable that we're going to see Proctor and Sanderson, you would think, for probably the next 40 minutes or so, unless one of them should start to hemorrhage runs.
So Proctor into his 7th, and he bowls to Higgins, who works it straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 8. Luke Proctor, and I was thinking back actually just on Sanderson again though. There's not been many deliveries that Sanderson has bowled where he's actually been driven, and yet they've barely ever been asked to play comfortably off the back foot against him. Here's Proctor. He bowls, and Higgins turned around a little there. Came off the outer half of the bat and squeezed backward of square, where they've got Safe Zabe positioned well behind point.
45 dot balls out of 54 for Sanderson. Just the one boundary.
Here is Proctor, past umpire Ramage, and forward goes Higgins, and that one was out of the middle of the bat this time with the defensive shot. But I mean, if you had the pitch map, I just think it would be just on the good length side of full. So, you know, the full length kind of doubles as the slot in the T20 slash, I suppose, 50 overs as well. Proctor bowling, that's edged and caught. Outside edge from Higgins, and he has to go for 8. Luke Proctor is, well, he's pretty rampant at the moment, it has to be said. 6.5 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 8 now. And we'll have a look at the replay. Higgins, really, the feet for once almost did nothing until after he'd edged the ball. And, well, a nick that we could hear from up here. Certainly no question that that would be missed by the umpire. And the hopes for a counter-attacking knock, such as Higgins played in the second 11 match last week, they've been dashed for something similar here, as Higgins has to go for 8, and it's 83 for 6.
The follow-on target now looks the one that really Gloucestershire have to try and aim for, you'd think. And that's Safar Gohar, I think, coming out at number 8. So we know that he's batted sensibly to get 2 decent scores in his only Test appearance. I think, was it 37 and 34, I think, respectively, his scores. So, well, here is a different challenge. And that's the first wicket, by the way, of the 6 that have fallen from the Pavilion end, all the other 5 taken from this Ashley Down Road end.
There's 2 innings in that second 11 match. He made 17 from 88 balls in the first, and in the second innings 20 off 54 deliveries. So some time spent out in the middle, but as you say, this is a rather different challenge here, with 2 bowlers both having taken 3 for very little. And his first bat in first-class cricket in England, going through some fairly extravagant warm-ups, get himself loose. Proctor's going to come round the wicket now, and he's there and bowls left alone, and I think you'd have to say well judged leave. It was not quite as close to off stump as the Northamptonshire slip cordon would have you believe that it was. 1 first-class 100 for Zafar Gohar, and that came in the 2019-20 season of the Pakistan first-class competition, the Qaid-e-Azam Trophy. Came for Central Punjab against Balochistan, which, as Proctor bowls to him, he struck on the pad, and I think umpire Ramage is quite quick in deciding that that was not out. But a loud shout, and he inclined his head very quickly, umpire Ramage, to suggest there was something obviously wrong with it from his point of view. I mean, it's actually jagged back quite a way, so possible height issue, possible leg side-ish.
Look more leg side to me.
Yeah. It's a wicket maiden for Proctor, 83 for 6. I was just going to mention on that century of Zafar Gohar, because included in the opposition attack was Yasir Shah, and we were talking about the story yesterday of him having missed a flight in 2015 to replace Yasir Shah in a Test match against England.
Here's Sanderson to continue, and Van Buren lets that go outside the off stump again. A bit decent carry. I don't get the impression that Van Buren is going to be hopping around his crease in the way that Higgins was. It'll be, I suspect, a little bit more orthodox from Van Buren in terms of trying to survive and then get the impetus back Gloucestershire's way. That's another better. That's the length he was bowling earlier on. That good, just a good length outside the off stump. That was a little bit wide and going wider, but still Van Buren felt that he had to play at it.
Indeed. I mean, there was one other note on the whole Yasir Shah Zafar Gohar connection, in that it was actually Yasir Shah who awarded Zafar Gohar his Test cap. I suppose who else could?
Sanderson with 3 slips, and Van Buren defends up to mid-on. Thinking whether that is Kerrigan at, no, it's his Proctor in fact at mid-on. He and Rob Keogh just having a chat as Sanderson went back to his mark. Van Buren waits, bat raised, and gets it down pretty quickly to defend. No ball from Sanderson. So that's the 3rd no ball of the innings. First from Sanderson though. Springs off at the end of his mark, and again that's going straight on with the arm this time, but again a good line. And as you can see on your screen, there's every evidence. If you didn't know, you can certainly see that the floodlights are on, even as we are here at 10 to 5. And I suspect if they weren't on, we wouldn't be playing.
But of course that shouldn't happen, should it?
It shouldn't.
No.
But it is. It is quite gloomy without. The prospect of being quite gloomy without them. That's outside the off stump from Sanderson, and it going away.
But it really does feel so much more like a day-night match here, and I don't really know why that is. Whether there is any rhyme or reason, or whether I'm just not really remembering correctly what it was like yesterday around about this time.
Well, I tell you, we only had about another 5 minutes cricket at this point yesterday, so we really are grateful for everything at this point in terms of action to bring you, albeit it's proving a challenging old day for Gloucestershire. And you wonder what Atom Rossington might do if Gloucestershire was short of the follow-on. The fashionable thing is to bat again, isn't it? To give your bowlers a break and effectively bat the opposition out of the game.
Yeah, and I think it's, as we have a look at the slow-mo here of the delivery, which beat Graham Van Buren there from. And
in fact, they are
Sanderson.
Looking again.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost when it gets like
meters.
this, it's almost they're almost taking a reading every over when it gets to this sort of a stage. Does also slow the game down inordinately.
It must be very close because the umpires are looking at both ends.
Yeah, it's funny, but it doesn't actually seem darker than it was when they took the reading the last time. It's just that for some reason it seems darker than when they went off yesterday.
Well,
as I say, I'm not doubting the light meters for one moment, because I can't imagine there's too much that can go wrong with a piece of equipment
it's almost an over at a time at the moment.
Yep, quite. So Proctor to start the next one. Bowls, and that's angled wide of gully, and it'll be the first Gloucestershire runs for Zafar Gohar, and he'll get 2 of them as it's flung in from the boundary, or just short of the boundary by Saif Zaib. And if you're going to have success batting in English conditions, you have to score a few runs through third man, and that was nicely angled there. 87 for 6. Luke Proctor into double figures in terms of runs conceded. Proctor in, and forward is Gohar playing into the covers. They will not get a run, however, for that one.
I wonder if Adam Rossington might have in his mind, wonder what the umpires would say if I bowled Kerrigan and Keogh.
That's another thing, isn't it? And it's at a point where you'd rather, I think, being 87 for 6, you'd rather be out there than not be out there. So I think you'd say, fine, might buy a wicket. Proctor bowls short, and that one, well, I'm not entirely sure what you could say he did there. I think eventually he did kind of incline the head away from the ball, but it was almost neither a play nor a leave, but it was kind of starting as if maybe to think about pulling, but it just shows you again that Proctor is obviously, as he's in and bowls, back of the length and defended out towards cover, he's obviously sharper than maybe the speed gun might tell you. He appears to the batsman quicker than maybe in terms of pure speed he is, and also maybe it's just that actually the effort ball that he's got is substantially quicker than some of the other balls he's delivering. It's difficult without a speed gun to say that exactly. Proctor bowls inside edge, but it squeezes away for a single backward of square leg as Kerrigan comes in from the boundary rope to field.
I think Sanderson might quite like to have a bowler as Zafar Gohar here. Don't you?
Well, I think, yes. I do think also, though, that he's in the kind of mood where it doesn't really matter who's standing at the other end. But I actually, having said that, in general, it's not as if he hasn't caused the right-handers problems as well, but he has caused left-handers so many more problems with that ball that acts almost like an off-break.
Dropping a man back at deep square.
Here is Proctor, bowls, and it was the bluff because it's a full ball which is driven straight back to the bowler. 3 runs from the over, 88 for 6.
And once again, Steve O'Shaughnessy is making his way to the stumps with his light meter.
I can't imagine he's actually going to see anything different from it. It genuinely seems brighter than it did a couple of overs ago.
It's okay then for Sanderson to continue from this end, but I'm sure there is if I was Adam Rossington, I'd be wanting to have an ongoing dialogue with the umpires about, you know, who I can bowl, because I think I'm with you at 88 for 6. I'd be wanting to be out there, particularly with an overseas player making his debut in England. Wouldn't be used to these conditions.
You'd at least give it a go, wouldn't you?
Sanderson too. Zafar Gohar, who just pushes at that but gets everything in the right place and doesn't get his completely plain bat into a position where he can have it. So many players have the brand names on their bat. Gohar's is completely plain.
There is something nice about that somehow. I don't know. I don't know why, but I do like that. They're so a bit, well, I don't know if old-fashioned is quite the right word, but something along those lines.
Sanderson over the wicket to the left-hander, and Gohar gets into line. As we've said, he is by no means a mug with the bat, which is 22 in first-class cricket. He does have a first-class 100. And 5 50s as well, so Proves there is ability there, but he's still got 3 slips and a man with his confidence very much up on the graph to cope with. So it's 2 minutes to 5, conscious that people may be joining us after their working day, either working from home or because you've arrived home wanting to catch up on what's been going on. Northants 327 all out. Added 95 in the morning session for the last 5 wickets. Tom Price finished with 4 for 72. And Gloucestershire came into bat immediately after lunch. As you can see, 88 for 6. And Zafar Gohar again defends. The card ruined really by Proctor and Sanderson, 3 wickets each. Sanderson 3 in his spell with the new ball. Proctor brought on behind Sanderson at this Ashley Down Road end, so he was actually the 4th bowler used. 2 wickets in his first spell and then 1 that of Ryan Higgins since tea. Sanderson coming round the wicket to Gohar, and he's just played down the line of where he thought the ball was going there, and it's beaten him outside the off stump.
That's
just a fraction of, yeah, that's just a fraction of movement. And that's the ball that caused the problems to the left-handers earlier in the day. Just drawing the batsman forward. 1 ball to go in the over. They're putting a man back, perhaps to give Zafar Gohar the single here, if he wants it. He's driven it straight to short extra, and it's hit and gets hit Goulston on the knee. He stopped it all right, but I thought it's Tom Taylor out there. And Sanderson in this spell, having taken 3 for 15 in his first spell, has bowled 4 overs for 7 runs. You can't say he's not being keen about the light, Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah, well, it's checking, but I mean, you
a
can just tell by looking,
argue.
by looking down / up, you can tell that, you know, the shadows, which were extremely pronounced just a few minutes ago, now aren't quite so. Proctor, another over, and Van Buren has jabbed the bat well away from the body and then brought it back towards the body, I should say. But he certainly had a thought of fending at that one, and Proctor bowling one further back of a length there and still causing problems there. And I think Van Buren's just really is hoping for a delivery that's short and wide that he can put away. The eyes may be lit up there for a moment, and then it just wasn't there for the shot. This time he pushes pretty firmly, but picked up at cover by the capless Sanderson. And Van Buren on 17, but it's been a struggle for him as well. 59 deliveries, normally somebody who likes to be quite free scoring, particularly in terms of the start of his innings. Proctor bowls full and defended to extra cover this time. Another one who, I mean, he not somebody that would want to get bogged down, just like Ryan Higgins. Maybe, you know, you said he's not going to go about it the same way as Ryan Higgins, because he's not going to go wandering about the crease, not looking to sort of put off the bowler in that same way, but he wants to score. Proctor wide of the crease, gets that one to come back into Van Buren, and it seemed slightly optimistic, that LBW shout, it has to be said.
Big shout from the bowler, but not much from behind the stumps.
was one of those, oh, I suppose we better appeal here kinds of shouts from behind the stumps, you see. I mean, it jagged back to Van Buren, and, well, my first thought was it's come back quite a long way, so there's a fair chance it's going down the leg side. He bowled it from wide of the crease as well. Proctor in, and that's forced by Van Buren. It'll beat Safe Zabe for once at backward point, and it's not going to go, however, to the boundary rope. It'll just be 2. And no chance really to come back for the third there, so Van Buren up to 19. Gloucestershire 90 for 6, and still 30 overs remaining in the day after this one. It's a long haul, this, for Gloucestershire, if they're going to make it that far. These two, you'd have to say, are going to have to do the bulk of that. Proctor with a short ball, which Van Buren sees quite early and decides to have nothing to do with. 90 for 6, Van Buren 19, Zafar Gohar on 3.
A chat once more between the umpires, and they're going to go back again as that over from Proctor is concluded. That's the Sanderson delivery to Zafar Gohar. And they're going off. Well, this is only about 10 minutes different from yesterday.
The crowd didn't know how to react. There's a couple of,
I think
muffled
there might
boos,
be an element of relief.
A few rounds of applause as well.
From a Gloucestershire point of view.
I suspect the people booing are probably the ones who aren't coming back tomorrow. Whereas the ones who are clapping know that they're going to be back tomorrow anyway.
90 for 6. Northants have had by far the best of the play today so far. It's not an abandonment, obviously, at this point. But we have to bear in mind how the light was yesterday, and that from this point we did not get any further play. So Gloucestershire at the moment, their deficit is 200, as you can see, 237, and they have to be prepared at some stage tonight perhaps to come back out in this light, but 38 overs it's taken them to get that far. Proctor and Ben Sanderson have bowled since tea, and they've in that time removed, importantly, Ryan Higgins, caught behind by Rossington off Proctor for 8. Matt Taylor, Tom Price and Jared Warner are still to come, but that follow-on figure of 178 is the target that Gloucestershire have got to try and get to.
Yeah, that's the first target, and well, what you can definitely say is that they're going to have to bat very well second time around, whether that's following on or whether that's in the final innings. I suppose if you're thinking about some of the dramatic late finishes that we've had here at Bristol, the hope is that, I suppose you'd say the path that if Gloucestershire were to somehow pull that off again, I suspect the time that we've had taken out of the game may well stop that from happening anyway, but the path to that happening is probably Gloucestershire just avoid the follow-on, then have a good innings, bowl Northamptonshire out, and their setter, you know, a target of 300 plus again, and they're able to chase it down. But as I say, I don't think the chances of that happening are very high, and especially not with the time that's going to be taken out of the game.
And that perhaps is the biggest problem, because if we lose overs again today, there are 30 overs in theory left on the day's play, and we lost 8 at the start, so that would be more than a session out of the day if, and we say it is an if at the moment, the light prevents us from having any more play. But at the minute, it's been Northants' day, and an object lesson really from Sanderson and Proctor in slightly different ways. One a little bit more skiddy, one with basically control through the air and through accuracy of line and length as well, of how to bowl with the new ball.
Yeah, and I think looking at the economy rates of Northants, particularly with those two versus Gloucestershire, when you look back to Gloucestershire's innings and Ryan Higgins, the control that he had, his figures ended up 25 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 41. They've effectively had two Higginses in terms of control bowling in tandem, and that's, you know, well, in tandem after tea, but one of them bowling at all times. Whereas whilst, you know, Tom Price's figures 4 for 72, you're not going to sniff at 4 for 72. The wickets and runs, terrific. He bowled tremendously well, especially in 2 of his spells. But in terms of the constant, consistent threat of having one of Proctor and Sanderson bowling, I think you see the effects of that. And you know, I think Gloucestershire, of course, you're disappointed to get to 90 for 6, regardless of what the conditions are like. With Sanderson in particular, if you didn't see Ben Sanderson's spell with the new ball, he was getting the ball to move considerably off the pitch. He was bowling both in swing and out swing. He just did absolutely everything that you could ask for a new ball bowler, and it would have been tricky for anybody to play that spell without losing a wicket, I would have said. So
yeah, not an express pace, but just with real control.
Yeah, and seemingly hitting a perfect length between very full, which could be driven, and too far back of a length to allow the batsman time to play the ball off the pitch.
So the scene you can see at the moment as you look out over the Bristol County Ground, bad light, even with the lights on, has caused the umpires to take the players off, and it's about within 10 minutes or so, the same time that they went off yesterday. It just shows the very stable weather that we have at the moment, and the forecast is to be much the same all this week. So with the ticker across the top of the screen giving you the position, Gloucestershire 90 for 6 in their first innings, trailing overall by 237. We'll leave you for the moment, and we'll be back with you as soon as we have any news of a resumption here on this second day between Gloucestershire and Northants. Welcome back to the Bristol County Ground. It's 20 minutes to 6, and at almost the same time as yesterday, after almost the same pattern as yesterday, the umpires have decided that there will be no more play. So about 40 minutes after the players left the field, and at about the same time, within 5 or 10 minutes as they left the field yesterday, we have ended play on this second day with Northants very much in charge. 90 for 6 Gloucestershire in reply to Northants 327. I suppose the question, Ed, and we've been just chatting about this while we're waiting for the umpires to make the final call, what do Northants do if Gloucestershire either get close to but maybe don't save the follow on? Because if the pattern for for these 2 days is repeated in the next 2, then time will be taken out of the game, and therefore Rossington has to balance that potential loss of time with his own tactics.
Yeah, there may not be enough time for Northants to build up a score which they would feel is enough, taking light out of the equation. So, you know, they're going to want to have well in excess of 300 on the board just to be on the safe side, and it's going to take them some time to get those runs, assuming Gloucestershire only just avoid the follow-on. So, yeah, there's the distinct possibility that the follow-on may have to be enforced for Northants to force the result, because there doesn't seem to be any change really in the forecast over the next couple of days.
And the thing about that situation is that the bowlers have not had a long day today. They've only bowled 38 overs.
Yeah, exactly, and they're going to be rested and ready to fire again tomorrow. Gloucestershire are going to have to hope to turn it into a long day in the field somehow for Northamptonshire tomorrow by, I guess, to start with, they'll hope that the conditions are somehow less conducive for bowling than they have been today, but that doesn't seem particularly likely. I think they're just going to have to hope that they can survive the new ball period without having lost so many wickets, and they can cash in later on. I mean, on paper they have the batting to do that. It's just whether they'll be able to second time around, and I think there's not going to be so much time taken out of the game that they aren't going to have to bat very well the second time that they bat, whenever that is.
At the moment, the deficit Gloucestershire are facing is 237 at 90 for 6 in the second innings. So when we start tomorrow at 11 o'clock, which we hope we do, Graham Van Buren will have 19 and Zafar Gohar will have 3. The wicket takers for Northants: Sanderson 3 for 22 from 11, and Proctor 3 for 13 from 9. They the bowlers who have done all the damage after Northants finally got to 327 all out on the stroke of lunch. Adam Rossington making 94. 4 wickets for Tom Price for the first time in an innings, 4 for 72 for him, 2 for 90 Matt Taylor, 2 for 54 for Jared Warner, and 2 for 41 for Ryan Higgins. Thanks to Cameron and Shane for their work today and bringing the play to you. But again, I'm afraid it's an early finish at Bristol because of light more than anything else, although there is just a little bit of rain in the air at the moment. But at the close on this second day, Gloucestershire 90 for 6 in reply to Northants 327. We'll see how much of that deficit they can eat into tomorrow from 5 to 11. I hope you can join us then.